Talk shoes.
Recorded live.
Hello. Hold on a second. I gotta.
Hello.
Hello, is Tom there?
Yeah, speaking.
Tom?
Yep. Can you
Oh,
hear me?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's me, Judd.
Yeah, how's it going?
I'm on the show right now, and, actually, hold on a second. I think I'm on the show. Uh, I think I'm on the show, and, yeah, I'm on the show right now. And, I just started, man. What's going on?
I'm just sitting in my room here with my doodle pad.
You doodle pad?
Yeah.
Are you an artist now?
No.
You're just writing down ideas?
I'm just scribbling, doodling.
Oh.
I'm not much of an artist, but I suppose you got to start somewhere, like all things.
Yeah.
I had a friend he's a really good artist, and he started doing graffiti and stuff. You know, he was really good.
What kind of stuff graffiti?
He'd do that as well, but he'd be good at drawing like caricatures and like characters and all kinds of things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose he must be able to kind of see it on the paper before he starts drawing, you know.
They say like people who have talent and people who are gifted, it's like two different things. Because my art teacher when I was in high school explained it to me. She said that if you're gifted, you can look at a picture and draw it exactly how you see it. But if you're talented, you can look at it and then go home and draw it exactly how you saw it.
Yeah. He used to do like graffiti writing as well. He'd do the kind where it kind of
like bubble.
Yeah, sort of stuff, but like it didn't kind of make sense. You know, like it didn't keep the.
It was abstract, really abstract.
Yeah, it was just kind of. It was like one line would be kind of going away, and another line would be like coming towards you. You know, like an optical illusion kind of thing.
Yeah. I had a lot of friends that did that did that too.
You never try it?
No, I never did.
Go out and do a box train. I'll look for it going past next time I'm at the crossing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So what's happening?
Oh, hold on a second. I'm just somebody said they don't want to listen to my. I'm looking at because from this thing you can look at like people chatting and typing in and I was reading. Somebody said they didn't want to hear my personal phone calls. Whatever. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I just thought it was funny. I mean, if anybody wants to call in and talk about whatever.
Yeah. Sure.
So I don't know, man. I guess the conversation. Dana said he wanted to talk about allegory and how do you explain allegory to people? How would you go about doing that? Because how I try to do is like, I mean, there's so many ways. There's allegories in words. There's allegories in symbols. Allegories in images. Paintings, poems, all that stuff. Movies.
Yeah.
And I think my point of view. I think it's just grasping the bigger picture of everything and being able to assemble that to that bigger picture, grasping the premise.
Yeah, I suppose it'd be like recognizing points that people are trying to get across.
Yeah, exactly.
Just kind of understanding that a character who things can happen to can represent a whole race of people, or.
Yeah. You'll see that because all it is understanding a basic story, that basic story, and then all those allegories. For me, they help add details along the line.
Yeah.
The whole thing you said, the race of people. I've seen that a few times. Always a race of people who died out or live on the ground. You always see that thing. Yeah, that's pretty common.
Yeah, and having a basic grasp of the basic premise of the lie that history is basically, and what it is that's being covered up, and what it is that's being alluded to. Basically, if you understand the system of Freemasonry, how it is always veiled in allegory. So, and they're always open to interpretation.
Yeah, exactly. Hello? 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 Uh-oh. Go back in.
Hey.
What happened?
I think my face hit the wrong button.
Oh, I thought it was my bell fucking with you.
Oh, no. Well, probably. My face fucking with things.
Well, you said it was they're always open to interpretation, and I think the different interpretations, it's almost like a overstanding. It's like 'cause when you have those different points of view, you can always look at it from this way, this angle. Because that's I think that type of thinking is not like two-dimensional thinking. That's what people are used to, like that's the way to look at things, just one way. But yeah, you reminded me when you said that premise. You said I think a big part of it too is having a knowledge of prehistory, before the history, before the lie, and that's what kind of lets you understand. Because that's really what a lot of what they talk about.
Exactly, because that's the part that's never basically written down directly.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that's made of secrets and secret societies and things. And it's a story that people will be told, but they won't know what they're being told. That's why it's told in allegory.
Yeah, and then you'll see guys like actually I was in my research, like with Arthur C. Clarke. Like when you listen to his stories, or you can read them or listen to them, you'll find like he knows the whole plan, and you see where he gets all his ideas, and he just writes stories around them. And then I saw that and they have a place in Scotland, they call it Aberdeen.
Yep.
That's where he went. And over there they have a place called King's College.
Yeah.
And that's where he got trained.
Yeah.
And they train him in natural philosophy, all types of things they learn over there. So he was trained in this ecclesiastic, I guess, surrounding, whatever.
Yeah. Well, Aberdeen they call the Granite City.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which on one level, it's like, well, some would say it's called the Granite City because a lot of the buildings are made from a grey stone called granite.
Yeah.
Which is there, and they've got a natural abundance of granite there. So.
And that's linked to pomegranate.
Yeah.
Genetic engineering is going on.
But someone like you or I would know that there's another level of meaning to it being a granite city.
Yeah.
And why further down the coast you have Stonehaven.
Oh.
Places like that.
Yeah, man, I've seen it. But yeah, from what I saw, there's a lot of ecclesiastic, architecture in Scotland, man.
Scotland is absolutely riddled with Masonic architecture and stuff. It's just, you go anywhere at all, you can see it all over the place.
Yeah, man.
To huge monuments and stuff. Big towers on top of hills. It's completely riddled.
Yeah, and I bet all that stuff was probably built like around the Middle Ages, because I heard those societies, it would be like priests, and then they'd have like lower masons. I guess what today you'd call them. They were just like regular like building masons who would just build it out. They didn't know exactly what they were building, but they had the priest had the instructions, the layout, and and this is all like messages they were like giving to each other.
And it's all basically it's in their programming as well. It's like a doctrine, you know.
Yeah.
As the cornerstones and keystones and all very regulated and structured.
Yeah, that's interesting you said that, because a lot of what you'll find out that those truths, those about like prehistory and stuff, you'll find in and then not just prehistory, but like nature itself, you'll find in their doctrines and rituals, because they ritualize reality. If you want to put it that crazy.
Yeah.
How to do that.
That's right. All regimented and structure. You know, you'll be a pillar of society and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it's it's sad, like it's how the people who are doing the building can't even see it, what they're doing, and that's that's on a wider scale with the world.
Well, that's allegorical for
the world,
secret society, isn't it? For the whole mess that we're in.
That's the allegory for like Solomon's temple when they. That's a interesting story how they built that temple, and that them building all the masons and people from everywhere. They came to build.
I just figured out how to get in here. I just figured out how to get into this place, man. I was having trouble with it first because it kept saying, hit in your pound key, and I'd hit my pound key.
All right, yeah.
Anyway, what I missed? Hello?
Just listen in, man. You'll catch on.
Who's all here?
Me and Tom.
All right.
I don't know if you heard of you. Tom was on the forum before.
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Tom, what was his username?
Home Run.
Home Run. Okay, I know who that is.
Yeah, who's this?
It's Warren.
Hey, Warren, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, man? You from England or Ireland or something?
No, Scotland.
Scotland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, man. How's things out there, man?
They're good. I'm not there at the moment, no. I'm in Canada just now.
Mom, is this free? It's not costing us nothing. Is it? Yeah, it's a program. It's a talk show. We don't have to pay anything. You there?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, when you talk to people off the phone, Warren, just try to cover the mouthpiece.
What do you mean?
Just cover the mouthpiece, because everybody's like hearing like your personal business and stuff when you're talking.
Oh yeah.
Like when you're talking like to your brother or your mother or something, just try to cover the mouthpiece. That's what I do.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. I mean, it won't nothing. I was really concerned about people hearing. But all she was asking is about, is it running up the phone line? No, it's talk shows. She was concerned because she heard me talking about this other dude was from Scotland, and she's like, oh my God, he's out of country, and But I hear where you're coming from, though, man. Yeah, that's why I was like, when my homeboy governor was talking about all this stuff about the internet, I'm like, look, man, I kind of see where he's coming from to a point, but they gave us the internet, man. I mean, granted, I can't lie and say that the internet hasn't helped me to learn as much as I've learned now. But the thing is really we shouldn't be dependent upon the internet.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
it's all their system, man. It's like that's one of the things that they do all the time. They give you a culture, and then they gradually take it away, and then the people fight for the culture that wasn't there to begin with.
Yeah, well, I remember a stand-up comedian back home was talking about, I suppose, basically keyboard warriors or whoever, people on the internet, and he'd say to them, part of his line, he was like, "You're not saving the world. You're shut up in your bedroom typing on the computer."
Oh no, right? Well,
so it's good for like communicating, meeting people, learning. Sharing ideas and stuff, but as far as getting things done,
It's good, like I said, for sharing information and make people know what's going on. But the point of it is like I said, I mean, beyond that, I mean, you're not really going to do anything to stop what's going on by sitting there blogging online.
Yeah.
It's just a networking tool.
Yeah.
Like when I learn from it, it just helps. Like I'll type in things like I don't know, type in keywords. You'll find I use it for finding pictures, because pictures are worth. I remember Glenn saying that, like, how the whole thing with like intuition and like you gotta see, like seeing something.
Yeah.
Can actually like say a lot of things without even saying it.
A picture tells 1,000 words.
Yeah, exactly.
And I get that too, that intuition. Like sometimes I'll just like read something or I'll look at something and I can't really explain. I can't put it into words, but it just brings things to mind. It just brings it rings something in my head. I can't really explain it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I hear you there, and it's not. And then if you understand the language and stuff, especially it's not there to help you necessarily to get these ideas across. And especially, I'd say, in written form on the internet, where you can say one thing meaning something, and people can just pick you up on whatever bent they have. They can
that's $1 million question right there that we just stumbled across, though. Is a solution? That's the hard question right there. What is the solution?
Well, I would say that being on the internet and blogging and stuff, like you say, is interesting for a while. And sharing your ideas, and I suppose an ultimate goal behind that is always trying to kindle the fires in people's minds,
Yeah.
Looking for that one awake person and stuff. Yeah. But what is the solution in that? You understand now you don't have to run around terrorizing everyone around you, trying to wake them up and stuff, because people don't want to.
Yeah, that's usually what people do when they first come across information that's contrary to what they've been taught, and they find out like everything's a lie. Immediately they want to download everybody else and just help you.
And here's the problem that you run into, because on one hand you don't want to sit here and try to keep waking everybody up if they don't want to wake up, and on the other hand, it's like you don't want to sit here and fall out of contact and lose your ability to relate to people completely to a point where it's like you're like an alien species, because then you kind of lost too once you become a hermit. So at the same time, it's kind of hard to be around people who are so far behind, and they try to bring you down into their stupidity with them. And I'm not trying to say that to be condescending. But that's the paradox you face. As far as being in this environment.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to. You've got to kind of master yourself, and you've got to find out for yourself, so you can then confidently know how to deal with certain people and how to approach them. And you learn that there's certain approaches you can take with certain people. You learn that there's just some people you just can't say anything to because they think they already know everything.
And some people, sometimes it's just best not to say anything.
Exactly.
And that's usually the way I am. Like I'm fine with this as long as they got good. If they at least have good intentions, then I'll let it go. I mean, that's the way I always do. But people have good intentions. There are people that don't even have good intentions. And the people who have good intentions, I just let it go.
Yeah, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
I understand that, but I'm saying like I can't force truth onto people. That's
all the things in this world, all like wars and stuff. People have good intentions in their own mind. They have good intentions,
Well, I understand this, but I'm just saying like as far as trying to coexist with others, I can't push truth onto people, So if they're not awake, I can handle that. As long as they at least have good intentions, I can at least I can handle that. But
it's like you learn not to resent people because they don't think the same like you, or they don't care about the same things. You go through different phases, and you eventually learn just to kind of lighten up.
Yeah, it's called maturity. Like you learn to accept who you are, and then from accepting who you are, you accept other people who they are.
Yeah,
it always starts with you. Then it all starts internally, then becomes external.
Yeah.
Like I'm not here like as a saint or anything, man. Like all that stuff like Jesus. Cause that's how the system does it. Like they have a figurehead, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
God who just wants to wake up everybody, and that's not something that's even reality. That's just a figure for them. It's just an excuse that he's a Trojan horse, so you can have saints and apostles and all these type of guys, sects and stuff, and they just propagate their system and control everybody. So like that's what they always do. They always have a Trojan horse figurehead. Put them in, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, the code, too, got me thinking, because I was thinking about that name. For some reason, you know, I think of, like, Jesus, you know, and I look at code in that, you know, and something, I don't know if it has any significance for me. For some reason, it popped in my head. I don't know. I mean, you know, maybe it's wrong, maybe it ain't. I'm still learning this code, but for some reason, it's popped in my head. Jesus, you know, and for some reason, when I was a kid, I used to think about, you know, Jesus, and they say in the Bible, and I always pictured him in an orange robe, which orange being like the color of the brotherhood, you know, like the Buddhist monks wear orange.
Yeah.
Every color is an allegory. That's back to what we were saying. Even the colors are all allegories. You got to have an understanding of reality.
Yeah.
To understand what they're talking about. With me, like personally, with me, what I do is like I went in, like when I go in the middle of the woods, man, like you get. Like you just I don't know, like memories come to me, like just, you know, of like the past, like how people had nothing but nature around them, so they just looked at everything.
Well, that's it. That's what we're living in today. Is it's all designed to keep you away from nature.
Well, here's a philosophical question here. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. We as human beings are bred and made to think in 3 dimensions, right?
Yeah.
These Neanderthals, or whatever you call them, are likely thinking in 4 dimensions, right? So that's where we are. Everybody ever really thought, you know, you really stop and think about this, you know, how does a sound look, or how does a smell taste, or how does, you know?
I mean, that's where you start. That's where you get into the realm of science.
Well, you get people. You get people whose brains and bodies work differently, and they can taste colors, and they can smell sounds, things like that. You know, these are all abilities that I don't know if everyone has it, and it's dormant.
Mm-hmm.
But if one person can do it, and they basically are made of the same stuff as everyone else.
I spoke to somebody, this has been several years ago before I was awake, there was somebody on with some sort of autistic spectrum disorder or something I ran into online, and they said they had the ability to do that, like they would see sounds and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I always thought that was kind of weird.
I think, you know, because all these things, basically, when you're getting into 4th dimensional kind of thinking, I think what you get down to is you find that there's more of a bare essence, which manifests in a multitude and variety of different ways in this kind of realm. And I think you find with 4th dimensional reality, things would be simplified a great deal, and you'd find you get closer and closer to being one essence. And in a 4th dimensional one, you find there's a kind of essence behind what basically appear as different things here, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
Have you watched this
yeah,
video?
I was about to say something, Warren. I was about to say something.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Like, I always use this that movie. You should see it, Tom. It's called The Watchmen.
Okay.
And there's a character in there called Mr. Manhattan. This person is an example of that dimension, that I guess 4th dimension thinking, because this person could think past, present, and future simultaneously.
Yep.
All at one time.
Mm-hmm.
And the way he looked at everything was totally different, and because of that, he was disconnected from humanity.
Yeah. So he's kind of basically gone beyond time as being some kind of ultimate limit.
Yeah, it is.
On things.
When I looked into time, when you look into it, and it's just just looking at different stars moving around, different bodies, and just studying the movement of them. That's all time was. And then you see in history how they just make up stuff. They just used it to benefit their own little, how they ran government or something, like the Julian calendar, and so so you're right. It is just like a limit.
Yeah, I suggest there's been other forms of measuring time as well.
Have y'all seen something on YouTube called the Meru Foundation?
No.
Governor pointed that out to me, and he got me to looking at that. It's kind of hard to really explain what it's about, but it's kind of dealing with some of the concepts that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
It's interesting, though. I can't really put it into words, but it's interesting to take a look at.
When I think of the fourth dimension, I find it hard to properly grasp, and I think the simplest term I could have for describing it would be perfect speed, as in Jonathan Livingston Seagull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think from that, if you read that and take your own imagination and whatever that means to you, but for me, that's kind of a term that begins to explain it to me.
I want to add too, man, like just to clear it up, man. I didn't mean to cut you off a few minutes ago, Joe. I hope you're not pissed at me about that, man. I didn't even hear you say anything.
Warren, you just gotta learn to you gotta listen if other people are gonna talk, because your personality, you're more like what's the word, extroverted, and I'm extroverted too, but like you seem to just like jump in and cut people up, don't even realize you're doing it. I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose, but
yeah, I didn't even hear you say anything, so I didn't know.
So the whole
good evening, folks.
Good evening.
Anyway.
Dana, no dose.
There's no dose?
Yes. I'm joining you for a little bit. I have a minute, so I figured I'd pop in.
What's happening, bro?
What's going on, man?
What's going on, no dose?
Nothing much, The same old, right?
Nah, not for me, man. Every day is something extra.
No, never that. I don't know what world you're looking at.
So before we were talking about how to deal with people, or basically how to deal with it yourself, I think, is more of a vital thing. And my friend gave me a book called Ultimate Survival, What to Do When Disaster Strikes in the Outdoors, the City, and the Home. Apart from the fact it says Viva la Ruse after Ultimate, it's got there's a passage in it I found interesting. I found it could be applied to basically just finding out reality, and I'll just read it if that's all right. Under emotional responses. Shock. You're unprepared for what's just hit you. You have difficulty processing the information. Then comes denial. As a survival mechanism, you may now acknowledge your situation, but you refuse to believe it is true. You continue to say, no, this can't be happening to me. Then anger. You become enraged over your situation. You're upset that things aren't the way they were, and you're scared and you'll never get back to normal. Then blame. You blame others for your situation, and it makes you feel better, but it makes little rational sense. Then depression. This is internalized anger. You search for some way to make your stress more manageable. Then acceptance. Now you are getting real. You are facing reality, however wild and remote it appears to be, and then moving on. Mentally, you begin to redress the balance and think about your situation and how you are going to survive. Not just for the next few hours, but the next few days, weeks, and might add months and years and decades.
Hold on just a second. Yeah, go ahead. What?
You know,
it's free,
Mom. These kind of things,
program. It's a free program. People from all over.
I just told him to cover the phone and he's talking to his people in it.
And you can talk as long as
I can talk as long as I want to. Yes, it's free. I've done it before.
You have?
Yes. Several times before.
So anyway, continue, Tom.
So that's basically talking about surviving in the bush or surviving an air crash or a tsunami or an earthquake or something, you know. But I read that and I thought, man, all those phases, and they might maybe swap a couple around here and there. But basically, all those things, like looking at that, are basically phases I went through when finding out that the world I thought I lived in wasn't. Right. Yep. So the world I tried to convince myself I lived in wasn't real at all, and in fact, I was probably smarter when I was about 4 or 5 years old, and kind of had an idea that the whole thing was ridiculous, you know.
And you know what? Those phases is you can actually overlay that with what evolution is. Yeah. Because you know, it's a shock. A lot of animals die, you know, and you know, kill each other off. You know, survival of the fittest, and then you know, acceptance is the ones that survive.
Well, that proves to me too is that we had to have been engineered. Like I said, if denial is a survival mechanism in people, then that means they're bred to be slaves. I mean, you know, that's sad to say. I mean, even I'm bred to be a slave. I mean, we're all bred to be slaves.
Yeah.
I mean,
but just manipulated. We're just manipulated matter that already existed. We couldn't. You know, we weren't. We were manipulated and adapted to be slaves. Yeah. You know, and I hear what you're saying. You know, but that's the twist on things. You've got to basically remember when it gets all deep and dark, and you get depressed about things and stuff. And people have different reactions to finding out. I know by the time I'd got to the level where I could, basically when I got to the WordSculptor website, I felt like I'd been through enough information to understand that what I was reading was the higher levels that someone like Alan Watt would always talk about.
Suggest
you would go into, but you would never get there, you know?
Yeah.
And
Alan Watt would always hint at it.
Cliffhanger. He's the art of cliffhangers.
For me, I had to laugh. I could only read so much of that website a day. I was like, I could only read a little bit, and I'd find myself in kind of fits of hysterics, but kind of like, not like mad, but somewhere between the lines of, like, you know, because it's, and I think basically it's a laugh or cry situation.
Yeah, like,
laugh or cry.
I think the whole thing. I think I mentioned this to you last time I spoke to you, but a lot of this stuff is people who can understand this stuff. It's a coping.
Yeah.
Something you got to be able to cope, and a lot of people are at different levels of coping. Like where you're at, it might take somebody else years to get there, or you know, if at all.
Yeah.
Right, and that's relative to the person's, you know, upbringing, what they had to go through in life that can prepare them to even, you know, like this is okay. You've heard so much, or you've seen so much, you know, bad happenings in your life that it's nothing new, you know. So it's you know, whatever your defense mechanism is, I guess. But,
and that's really how people in sheltered communities are really the biggest victims out of all, and they don't realize it, man, because. Yeah, they've been sheltered, but because of that, they haven't really seen how life really is, and they're easier to manipulate.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, they just understand nature, and I mean, like when you understand what a scientist truly is, like they look at a nature of an animal, and so they know how animals adapt to things. So what they do is just create environment, and you know you'll adapt. So every part of that environment is all like meticulously like designed, you know, by like teams of people.
Well, and that brings up an interesting point too, because like, you know, civilization basically means you're living in, you know, from wall to wall, you know, an artificial situation. So everything you're used to seeing your whole entire life is fake. You know, it's artificial. It's man-made, created. You know, you go to a park or something as your closest remnants to what, you know. Living in some type of natural setting is. So that brings up when people have to, you know, start willing their will. But, you know, you're willing the will of what you see. You know, like what images you're putting into your mind every day that's how you start willing the will of something. If that's how you speak to creation. I believe you speak to creation by what images or imagery you put into your mind, because that's basically the way you would communicate, right?
Like I think
words
like,
don't mean as much.
Like speaking to creation, I think it's just like you're more like part of it, creation. when you're thinking in images, because it's like you're disconnected from it if you're not like you're.
Well, I go back to the root of it would be the original way is through
Well, it could
images.
be a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
noises to help communicate and stuff, but basically just if you go to a time before any regimented or forced language or some kind of structures, you can communicate to people without needing words. You know, we find it a pretty hard thing to think of nowadays because we're so dependent on words and stuff. But I mean, I remember when I was about 11. I don't know. I've got an older brother, and he had a French exchange student come over and stay at the house, and I actually got on with him really well, and we couldn't basically speak a word to each other, but we'd play football and do stuff, and we could communicate and things, you know, and basically spend a week hanging out, having a good time, but we didn't have one conversation. And it didn't really matter.
And also, what you're really doing is when you're using words, you're just making an image in someone else's mind so they can feel what you're feeling or see what you're seeing. So you're just describing words so they can put imagery to it.
Yeah. But I think like a word is like a true thought is just a word is like it's like that whole allegory, like them squaring the stone. They call it the unaltered stone, the rough ashlar, they call it. Like I'll use that as an allegory. That's a thought, untouched. And when they square it, that's a word, and perfect it, and make it.
Yeah.
Well, basically,
they build temples with that. Yeah.
The word is like it doesn't express. I mean, it's supposed to supposedly. It don't really express the idea. It crippled the communication of the idea, and really, it's the idea that you're trying to send. The word is just a way of watering down the idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's right. Khalil Gibran talks about that in The Prophet, in one of the passages in there, when he says, what are words but shadows of thoughts?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, all that's the same. Like, that's what artists do. You know, artists, you know, if it's painting or if it's music, you know, or even an actor, you know, they're creating imagery.
Here's an interesting idea, though. I mean, you know, and some of y'all have said this before, and it kind of makes sense to me to some degree, is that, you know, people are reborn life after life again, right? And people sometimes, if they start to learn some of this stuff, you know, maybe some of that knowledge will come back to them again in a later life.
Yeah.
You know, that's maybe where our intuition comes from, potentially.
Yeah, well, I'd say any of us or anyone who has an understanding of this kind of thing, the things we're talking about, has lived before, basically.
I know I've lived before, man, and I can't really remember that much about any of my past lives, man, but I can kind of get like little scratches of memory now and then, and I think really hard about it, man. And it's kind of hard for me to describe, but I've written notos about that before, man.
Yeah.
I mean, but you know, I don't really know. I mean, you know, some of the details are kind of scratchy. Like, you know, I can't remember all that well about it. I mean, like if I think really hard, I might like I think in my last life I died of a heart attack.
All right.
But I might have been poisoned though to bring on that heart attack. I can't remember, but.
Well, that's
I think what you remember is more
mysteries.
Bullet points is what I'd say. Like the bullet points of your previous existence.
And the mysteries,
not necessarily every detail.
The mysteries that's what the journey was always about, was reaching that knowing who you are, and finding out who you were, who you are, and you know they always allegorize. That's a main theme, and they always allegorize it as a journey on sea, a journey out of space, a journey in the desert. Because it's the journey that's what life is all about. Yeah. Not the goal per se, but the journey that's more important.
That seems like such a hard obstacle because it's like I hate to say it, but I don't think I'll ever know who I was in all my past lives, or really know a significant amount of information on any of my past lives.
I mean, it's not important like who your name was or anything. It's the experiences that you get while reasoning. Those are the that's really what's important. It's just experience.
You got to find out who you are in this life first before you worry about the ones before.
Yeah. You know, I know who I am in this life.
Do you? Yeah. Because I mean, I'm still finding out who I am, and I can't even.
I don't know everything. I mean, you can always find out more about yourself that you never knew. I mean, you'll never know all.
Those words, I know who I am in this life,
I think an important step is acknowledging the person who you were. That's how it works for me, anyway. Just being honest with myself, and I got to the point where I looked at myself and I acknowledged the fact that I'd been a sheep or a robot, whatever you want to call it, for a large part of my life. And I then decided that I didn't want to be that person anymore. And also coming with accepting that, right, I don't know anything about what's actually going on in the world, and just basically scrapping everything I thought I knew and starting again.
Yeah, this is stuff like this. That's like basic stuff that I learned from Alan Watt.
Yeah.
He just, he would talk. These are like basic things that help me get, to other point.
And when it comes to thoughts and things, and where thoughts come from and stuff, one thing I learned from Alan Watt is, at that time in my life, is I learned to recognize my own thoughts in my own head instead of thoughts that were just given to me,
Yeah.
Basically start to recognize my own mind rather than just the hive mind that had been like.
I think that's part of it too. Y'all go ahead.
So just basically just being honest.
Yeah.
Being honest with yourself and being able, I'm saying, it's thought, thinking upon thought, and the ability to really, not just to think, but think about how you think. Think about your own thoughts, and and
begin to separate the ones that are just been put there for about shoes or whatever shit, hairdos or whatever crap and stuff like that.
Right.
Whatever, you could go on. It's all kind of personal, like whatever.
Yeah, because everybody's probably does that different. Like me personally, I said I have to be like that environment like you're in. Like that's a good environment for me. Like just being around nature and seeing reality as it is, and that'll help me. Like thoughts, original thinking, I guess. Call it that.
That quiet time. That's
here's like an island right in the middle of all the crap here.
No, it must be hard to find a nature scene where you and Nodos are at, Jared, right? Because y'all live way out in the middle of like thick New York.
No, I actually live in the middle of the woods over here.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
But it's suburban Long Island woods. It's not like
in the middle of the woods.
They got deer everywhere.
The woods like some kind of hood in New York or something.
That's an hour away from me, but as you get deeper in here, like I can go and like hunting grounds.
You
like
got the Everglades out there too. You got the Pine Barrens out there.
So it's not, all industrialized. But
now where he's at, it's not. It's
we have farms and stuff out here.
Yeah, what?
I can go and there's like plenty of farms out here everywhere.
Yeah. Where you're at, that's where it starts tapering off a little bit before where you're at.
Yeah.
In my area,
he's considered the sticks.
Yeah. Years ago, like 20, 30 years ago, this place was all woods. It was all just a lot of people would come out here, and they still do. They would come out here from like Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan. They move out here for the quiet life. But then
they didn't come out to Long Island until I think after World War II. Everyone started going out there because they wanted a car and stuff. So that's when they started building all the. That's when Levittown was out there. They built all that.
It's predominantly over here like Irish and Italian, and you'll see like the Irish, Italian. They came from like Brooklyn.
Yeah.
You'll see that like that.
Bensonhurst.
Yeah, it's really not that long ago when things weren't nearly as built up as they are now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not that long ago at all.
Yeah.
No.
But it's like that in my area too. Where it's like I look around, I see like a lot of farmlands, and I live like right on the border between Wake County and Johnston County. If I go over to Johnston County, it's a lot of farmland and stuff, a lot of open land all over the place. But, you know, like right in the other direction, going back into Garner, you know, it starts to get, and Garner used to be like a really country town, but, you know, everything's growing now, and every time they got like a blade of grass sticking up from the ground, they're knocking it over to build a strip mall or a housing development, or, you know, to accommodate all these people that are moving in, and so.
Well, you know, it's interesting. When I was going to school years ago, I was learning about how, like, when the slaves lived down south, what they did was, and this is like a lot of people were living in the country and stuff, and they actually like fooled the slaves to say, hey, we'll give you a better life. You can just go live in like up north and have good jobs and stuff. And all I was just a ploy, you know, and it wasn't just slaves too, but it was just all a ploy to get people off of land and into cities, into more hive type of thing. And that's what, like, and then you can think of it like in history, how they just slowly started having agricultural revolutions, and because we went from, and that's why they loved that beehive, like that's why like we first went from like creation gave you everything that you needed, and you know, and it was all like people just get food from where they wanted. Now it became more like mass.
Yeah,
mass production.
The symbol of it in the system is that of the honey guide.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh.
Which would be the bird which can't get into a beehive and isn't interested in the honey, the short-term stuff. It's interested in the wax, the infrastructure basically, and it can take that and then build homes with it. So what it do is it finds a bee's nest and then it calls out, and all the animals that like honey, like bears and stuff, they'll come and they'll rip the thing to shreds, take all the honey, fill their bellies, and go away again. And then
that's the elite. That's the savage, and then the birds are the birdmen.
Exactly. It's like they did with the gold rush, basically.
Yeah.
Tell everyone there's gold here. They come in, they build a town, they build roads, they build amenities, and they set up, and then they begin a whole. It becomes Los Angeles today and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got a huge, big tax base where you've got all these people settled.
And it's interesting when you look at like these birdmen. Just look when you study like different types of birds and compare it to the system, like where you see that. Like Like look at the vultures, the kingfisher.
The penguin suits that you get guys in their dinner jackets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The WordSculptor site's really good for that when you go and look at the pictures of the birdmen. You know, it's really well put together. For painting images.
Yep.
I picked something up on that too because I was thinking about it. Somebody had said something like about the word ignorant, and I got thinking about ignorant. Well, the base of it is ignore, right? And what's left over, ant, ant. So the ignore and then ant. So I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking, you know,
answer the basic, you know, cleaning mechanism, I guess, for the a part of it, like when you go down to like down the line of how the planet cleans itself, ants are really important. Like I've seen, you can go on YouTube. I've seen ants like just devour like a dead lizard. Yeah. Until it's nothing, man. It's just bones.
The cleanup crew.
Yeah.
And don't forget, whenever you look at the word ant, all that's missing is ES, IS, IC, EC, and you've got the saints and Nazis. Like even if millet ant, you know, you got it ant, which is basically anti-Nazis.
Ant is tan, the tan-colored slave.
Yep.
And the ants weren't just the only ones. Like, can you picture like living in Africa, prehistory? Like somebody got killed, then you know, vultures are coming, lions are coming, whatever. Hyenas clean it up.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a chain.
Everybody gets their share.
You know, and we look at it like, oh my God, it's so horrible, but really it was just nature doing its way.
Yeah. And then you got the predators that make the kill and stuff, but then you got the creatures that just lurk around.
Yeah.
Like you say, the vultures and stuff. And
hyenas. And I wonder how they allegorize the hyenas in the system, because they're the ones, like, they always laugh at everything. So.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what they are. Those predators in the system, like they just laugh.
They also have the strongest jaws.
Sick jokes they always have. What happened?
They also have the strongest jaws.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure if you think about it long enough and look, study, look at the system or whatever, all its different classes, you'll find the basic allegorical version of it.
Yeah.
Because it is basically where nature is the best teacher. You know?
Yep.
It's all there already.
That's what they say though. Like when you read Albert Pike, he said that. He said nature is the great teacher.
Yeah.
So like when you look at like I don't know, like family emblems, like they'll have like whatever animal. Like they'll like in India, one of the animals they use was the elephant, and it was really held high and stuff.
Yeah.
And then they held the cow up, it was really high, and that's all related to Baal, the golden calf.
Yeah.
And
the elephant brings up something that's really interesting to think about, because elephant has one thing in common with us.
It has ants inside it too.
Ants inside of it too. If you think about the elephant is a very intelligent animal, actually, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And but with that sense of intelligence, you got to think why is an animal the size of an elephant scared of something the size of a mouse?
Yeah.
So it makes you think about the nature of intelligence, and because you see that same thing, that same irrational fear in human beings.
Yeah.
Who are supposedly the most intelligent species on the surface of the earth. Yeah. I mean,
but it just comes down to like basically the arrogance of like the mass of the human race. They look at something and think it's not intelligent because it doesn't get a bank loan and drive a car and shit like that.
But that's a perfect allegory for that. Is H.G. Wells' Country of the Blind, when he goes into this valley of blind people, and he's like, hey, and they're all blind, they're born blind, and he's like, hey, I can see, and they're like, what see? What is that? We never heard of that, and they thought he was like an idiot because they could feel everything, sense everything, and he was like, no, I can see, look, I can see, and they just thought he was like a stupid person, and they just felt bad for him. Yeah. But that's a really good story. You can probably download audio. I put it on the forum too. Like,
what's the name of it?
The Country of the Blind. That's where they get that term. The one in the Country of the Blind, the one-eyed man is king, and that king is Hal. That's the one-eyed man that they're talking about, and that's why you'll see him allegorizing when pirates have the one eye, because they're just giving respect to Hal.
You also got the old saying, an eye for an eye will leave the world blind.
That's interesting too, and the whole what's it called? That allegory in that story, Country of the Blind. It seems to hint at something that's happened in the past too, like because it seemed like these peoples were like an experiment in the middle of the valley, like among these mountains. So I might hint at like some type of people, a race of people that they were doing experiments on in the past. So they always have like allegory within the allegory.
Yeah.
For everything.
Something I found interesting, actually, Governor pointed this out to me. Before Egypt and before Mesopotamia, there was the Indus River Valley civilization, and that was in what is now modern-day India. And I got into looking into that, and I'm thinking about how this all fits together. And I'm thinking about, okay, well, the Dalek peoples or something like that, Daltics, something similar to that, were the first migrants to come to India, and they traveled over from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to put those pieces together. I don't know, but I mean, I might not have all the pieces to put together at this point, but I'm just trying to construct a timeline, and
Yeah, what I found, I was looking at a group of people, call them the when you look at their names, the Chaldeans. And they have the word Hal and Dean. And whenever you see Dean, it means the link to old knowledge. And the Chaldeans, they would use like astronomy and knowledge of like the stars and stuff for their own benefit. And they were all just like they were con men, and they were like a caste of priests. and they moved, and that's who Daniel was in the Bible. He was actually a Hebrew who was captured and moved over to, I guess, what you would call a pre-Babylon, or because Chaldea like eventually like assimilated into Babylon, the Babylonian Empire, and I think and it was these cast of people, and you'll always see that like a link with all civilizations, a caste or priesthood among them, and India was like a really priestly type of society.
Yeah.
And then we had Egypt, and I remember watching a video. Noor, I think it was on. I seen it on Noor's page. It was I think it was Noor's. Somebody's. No, it was somewhere else. It was these Egyptian priests. They would study bees, and like they would just like research bees, and then you look how they ran a society. Like, oh wow, that's what they did. They just compared that, and they just learned from looking at the bees.
Well, look at those hats they wore too. Though it was striped like a bee. It was like gold and black. Like
and
a
you
bee.
look at their dress too. The way they, men and women both wore skirts, man. Like it was.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you always find the priests are the common denominator with all the cultures stuff, and it's because that's who they send in first, is the religious people. It's like why on the Starship Enterprise the captain's called Captain Kirk. A Kirk is I suppose a Celtic name for a church.
For what?
For a church.
Oh, church. Oh.
Kirk, yeah.
I think I remember coming across something like that in Glenn's post.
Here's an interesting observation: is back in Egypt, they would call the priest the dog priest, right? Well, what is a dog? When you think of it, if we're the sheep that are being herded, right, and then the politicians are the dogs because their bosses are the shepherd. They used to use the dog when they shepherd sheep. They use the dog to keep the sheep in line, to chase the sheep down. So the dog priests were like the Bill Clintons and George Bushes and Barack Obamas and Hillary Clintons and so forth of their time.
Yeah. But there's also someone standing behind them making the signals.
Yeah, because
whistling and stuff, to command them. So that, and the dogs basically are there. They're there to fetch.
Yeah, and that's interesting too. Like I remember reading in Greek mythology, they had one deity was Helios, and he had an all-seeing eye that nobody could escape. Nothing could escape his all-seeing eye. And they say that he was an allegory of the sun, but if you understand, you'll know what he really was. But like they said that he really was favorable to a group of cattle. He said that he had herdsmen, cattle that didn't need any herdsmen. And I was thinking, like, who are these cattle that don't need any herdsmen? They just herd themselves.
Slaves that do their own shopping.
And I was like, oh man. And another allegory of that is in that story, the Homer's Odyssey. They talk about when he goes into the cave and he runs into that Cyclops called Polyphemus. And Polyphemus is this one-eyed Cyclops, and he just categorizes all his sheep and inside this cave, and he just categorizes them all. And what's his name? Overcomes. But they always show that too. I know it's in the story. Cunning, and they promote that. That's like a good thing. Like if you know how to like bend the rules, to your will and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, the money sign, which is ISIS, if you think about, because I and it's S.
Yep.
The bar going through the S.
Yep.
Yeah. And the I can be the L, too, because if you think about it, it's written like a lowercase l, so if SL is then the slave.
Yep.
I'm reading right here on the chat. It says, to will the will of the masses in order to save themselves. Another guy said this. the solution. Your solution is a technique that has been used on the masses for a long time. It says they will our will instead of doing our will, even though we think we're doing our own thing. I guess that goes to the whole subject of willing your will. Dana was or Nodos was telling me about that. I think as soon as you start speaking English, you're willing somebody as well.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
So like to truly have your own will, 100%, you'd have to like speak your own language.
Yeah, or just think in pictures.
Yeah.
What
You have to be born doing that.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I try to will my own will all the time, you know, but with finding out the things we're finding out, one of the things that you kind of have to accept is that you haven't been running your own life, and that stretches from beyond just being part of the hive mind to your actual personal life. You'll find that there have been people pushing and pulling, and people setting you up to be where you are.
Yep.
Day and stuff.
That's why the media is
throughout
there.
life, man. You'll see that on your journey of life. You'll see people who seem to try to just, set you up, or like you said, like waylay you and stuff. And that's in that story, the Homer's Odyssey. Like he gets sidetracked on his journey back to Penelope, who's wisdom, and he gets sidetracked on these other islands. One island was Cyrus, the Siren, or another island was like where the island of the lotus eaters, and the lotus is really symbolic. Like he's eating, and they don't even realize time. They don't even realize what's going on. They just time flows by, and they just get all fat, older. Years go by, and they don't even realize anymore. Yeah, and they just
It's caught between Scylla and Charybdis, right? Or is it?
And they talk about wee men in that story too. Wee men, like they always these women that try to sidetrack them.
Yeah. But I spend a specific time every day willing my own will and willing that something be done and something come around. And when I do that, I learn to get out of the mindset of thinking in words and just get into thinking in images and willing those images into being rather than the words that describe them. And that's like we were talking about earlier with like communicating with creation or whatever name you want to call it, is through just dropping languages.
Well, I think in images anyway. I think that's part of what I have a hard time. I've had a hard time like really even being able to always get my thoughts out or being able to even hold a debate with somebody for the fact being that I've always been a visual learner. I've always thought more in pictures than in words.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why it makes perfect sense with the media. All day long, if you're staring at a TV, they're just putting images in your mind all day long. So that's your will and that will. That's why the children turn into the Britney Spears and.
First thing to understand with when beginning to will your will is and it's linked to the solution to this mess as well, is to just basically, I'm sure everyone here understands that, but it's just to basically understand that when you're not willing your will, you're willing someone else's will. Yeah. And you look at that collectively in the whole world, and you have to ask yourself, any thinking person can ask himself this question, where is this all headed? Exactly.
Well, here's a thought here about the genetic engineering process and how this relates to where I'm at, because apparently that's a diagnostic criteria, too, and what I was diagnosed with Asperger's is that people think in pictures and things like that. And I'm thinking, what if that was a genetic breeding experiment to breed better slaves? But maybe it went the way they planned it. Maybe it didn't, because a lot of people that have this disorder or whatever, too, are real hypersensitive, and I've heard different theories on it because Governor was the one who told me about this, and he's saying that according to what he thinks that it was a threat to the system because it went wrong. I don't know what to believe about it. I don't think.
So I would suggest the hint for you in that is that it's something that you're made to feel inferior about, probably. as for taking your part or your place in
Right.
the system. You know, it'll be something that you're encouraged to basically feel inferior about.
Yeah, with the willing your own will and just finding out like what you said, like with the who else's will is this? You just gotta look at like you gotta find out who controls the system and look what happened to them. Their will ultimately they prescribe their own destruction.
Yeah.
So that's that where they went is where we're gonna go. Ultimately.
Yeah.
You know. So
Yeah.
Yep.
So how does the process work as far as, according to according to the theory that Keeley gives about the DNA going down, I guess, into the mantle or the moho or something like that, and going into the volcanic layers within the earth, and then
that's what you look at the mysteries and you look at all the allegories, Dante's Divine Comedy. Look into the Egyptian mysteries, the Ka and the Ba. They all explain these details. You just got to know what they're talking about.
What exactly are you asking, Warren?
Well, I need to look at this premise again, though, is what I'm saying, because I kind of it's kind of hard to really explain. I mean, I think the as far as the recombination of the DNA and all this stuff, I need that process. I need to read over that process again, though, man, so I can get a better understanding of what's being said, so I can look into it. But
that I would say that's creation's process for it. All this stuff that was already here, and this is how it worked before Creator came along and started remaking people in labs and stuff, doing it artificially, which is the only way they can do it is to basically mimic the processes of creation which are already there. That story is told in an allegory in a song that once I found out about this, I thought about the song, and I noticed you had too, Warren, because I remember seeing you'd put it somewhere on the forum, but I couldn't find it again to put a comment on. It's that song, Lake of Fire. You know, where the bad people go when they die.
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, they go to the Lake of Fire and fry. You won't see them again until the 4th of July. And what's the 4th of July? Is fireworks, isn't it? It's like a volcanic explosion.
And Johnny Cash says that too, the Ring of Fire.
Yeah. And that song was made famous by Nirvana, which is obviously an interesting name when you think about the concept of it.
Nothingness.
But it was originally written, which is even more interesting, by a band called the Meat Puppets.
Yeah, the Meat Puppets, yeah.
Which also fits in perfectly as well. So when you take a premise like this and you apply it to anything and you find it works, you know, then this is when you start coming to the preponderance of circumstantial evidence, you know. And any one piece of it, any one person can turn around and tell you it doesn't mean anything. But when pieced together with all the rest of it, it means the exact opposite of nothing. And this is where it comes into being a personal. This is something you have to learn for yourself. When someone comes along and says, "Oh, this is all very interesting, but excuse me, where's the evidence and stuff?" I said, "Well, just go and look. You can't."
Evidence is everywhere. Life is
little
evidence.
Snippets am I supposed to give you for you to just dismiss as being coincidences and stuff, you know? And that's where I think it comes to the point with like the purpose of being on the net, the good sides of it, but the downside of it is that you're not going to get anything. There's answers, but there's not solutions.
Well, see, here's the paradigm I'm at too, though. I've got to question my own intuition too, unless it's hitting strong enough that I absolutely know that it's right. Which sometimes that happens, but you know, I'm not in any way trying to pick an argument or slander anybody or whatever. I'm not on no witch hunt. I'm just looking for myself to find what makes sense to me. But once I get to a point to where I don't completely trust the source, and I've got to question the evidence that they're turning me on to. And, you know, when the only evidence that's been given to me is intuition, I've kind of got to be somewhat skeptical.
Well, when you understand what intuition is, you're the source. You're the source. It's in your spine. That's the source really you should rely on. And if you can't trust yourself, then how can you trust anybody else?
But the thing is, you've not just got intuition, you've got reasoning as well. You know, and I would say, to an extent, how I got here is based on intuition, but I would perhaps say that it's got more to do with reasoning on my behalf, as the conclusions I've come to. So I hear people a lot saying, "Oh, this is only based on intuition," and again, like you say, Warren, you're not trying to start a debate or an argument about this, because how can you debate somebody on their intuition? You know, it's just a complete nonsense. And you find people on the net who want to get into with things like that, and then and trying to type that out to someone where they can then just.
Yeah, I could name one, but I'm not going to. You know who Ryzen is?
Who's Equilibrium Force? Because they're on the call and they're not saying anything.
That's me.
Who's this?
It's me, Equilibrium Force.
Equilibrium Force. What's up?
Not much, just again.
Do you have
I got
a
question, if you don't mind. About what year did Creator come into being? Creator.
We can't tell you exactly what year.
Yeah. But
I think the best you can. What do you mean, like Creator, like evolved? You mean like?
Yeah. Was it like around 300,000 years? An estimate? I know it's hard to tell the exact year. That's not what I'm asking for, just an estimate.
I think we're dealing with basically probably the last 300,000 years to 100,000 years, but then most of the work for what's going on today was done in the last ice age. For most of the stuff that was going on today, but as far as I think testing out of different animals and creatures and stuff, it goes back, I think, possibly longer than that, but I don't know as far as when. You've got when was where the high sciences of atoms and stuff first recognized? When was the DNA structure identified? Things like that. When did the computer come into being? Is not an answer I have. But as far as most of the stuff that was done to cause where we are today, I think we're looking at from the last 24,000 years.
Because like how they existed in there, like with Neanderthal Creator, if that's what you're talking about, I mean it goes back. I'm not sure. I can't remember right now, like the exact time period. But I know it was like them. It was Creator and or they say mother and father. It was Homo habilis and Homo erectus. And
did they just evolve?
Yeah, they evolved to that point. They had like Homo habilis had like remnants. Not remnants. They had like first signs of like intelligence. It what's it called? What to do with it was like, you know, it was like an above like a level of an ape. It was above that level. It could like build tools for itself. And Neanderthal is the same way, but out of Neanderthal, it had a different like life journey, because some of the Neanderthals became geniuses along the way.
The Neanderthals in themselves were far from some big dumb ape.
Oh yeah, completely. But
Not all of them were geniuses, though. Not all of them. Some of them were just like probably the level of Homo habilis type of thing. But Homo habilis were designed differently. I mean, they both came from the same animal, but they were raised totally different. And Homo habilis was raised like she was around apes and cats, and Neanderthal was around water and marshy and
different social engineering.
So they look different, but they came from, I guess, maybe the same root.
But if you're asking about the whole process, I think that began naturally as part of a natural evolution, where the Neanderthaler and Homo habilis came from. It's possible that Neanderthaler came from Homo habilis. It's possible that Neanderthaler was the first male type of creature. It's possible that was done by manipulating genetics, or it's also possible it happened through evolution.
Well, let me ask you another question. How do you know that these Neanderthalers are necessarily male creatures?
Well, how they describe themselves as like, because they don't have that mothering instinct like cats do. Like, because they weren't engineered like socially engineered like that. Like that's all Homo habilis' mother, but he, I guess, gave her that name.
So they were like male hermaphrodites.
Yeah, they show you the allegories of this in like that movie. The movie with Enemy Mine. This reptilian type of animal.
Okay, so here's another question then. Then if we started off as a complete unison, the first species or whatever that came along was, let's completely half and half, male and female. Eventually, it started to naturally break away into different genders on its own before they were officially split. Then, because the Neanderthals came up to be male hermaphrodites and the clown mothers came to be female hermaphrodites.
It's possible. It's possible, and it's possible that the Neanderthal wasn't hermaphroditic. But either way, it begins like that. All form of life has a way of reproducing itself, basically.
Yeah.
At some point, there's been a split going on, and as to whether it happened with all life at the same time, it possibly didn't. You know,
every animal had a different story. Like if the environment, if they didn't have a chance of meeting another gender or whatever, then they would be hermaphrodites. So like it all depends on like the situation.
But we were related to all these animals at some point in time. I mean, if we all came from a single cell and evolved outward, we all come from one cell of life, whatever, involved out from that one cell. Right.
So then you get to the point you ask yourself, well, what is the solar system? What's the universe? But one cell, and then you think, well, what's the universe in? Or is it next to another universe? Or what are those universes in? You know, it's all basically made of the same stuff.
I look at it as just like it's just like trillions of particles amongst them inside another group of particles, and just. You know, it's just all the particles are modified differently. Like, you know, they have water and fire.
Well, here's something to wrap your mind around too. When you think about the model of the atom, it looks like our solar system, right? Are we just an atom on something, or is like a speck of dust? Is that like a universe of its own, and are we just like a speck of dust somewhere else?
Yeah,
possibly.
All I know is I wouldn't bet against it.
Yeah. Makes you think, because really, I mean, it's kind of as bad as this is, but there's no way around it. I mean, you know, you can't really do anything. Like as much as you take a step forward, you know, you're killing bacteria in the ground. So there's other universes in every little thing like that.
Yeah, well, that's life. You know, life is life and death, with a beginning and an end. You know, but I don't know. It's getting kind of beyond me being able to describe, you know. I just think about the universe, and then I just think about what is the universe in, and that's me. That's as far as I can go. My mind just
yeah. Because I think after a certain point, like I don't think the brain, the human brain, can explain it in its entirety, explain it satisfactory enough. I mean, we use symbols, two-dimensional symbols, to explain it, but that's not really explaining it in its true form, I guess.
But see, that makes a statement too about the duality of man, though, because when you think about, humankind or life, whatever, is when you think about it, you know, I forgot where I was going with this. Damn, I forgot what I was going to say, but I had a good point I was going to make. Damn.
Yeah, that duality is it's like a basic principle here on planet Earth.
Yeah, I remember what I was talking about. But like, this is about life and death. That's what I'm saying. When you think about, because this is something you can study from nature, and that duality, you know, life feeds on death, and death feeds on life. Out of death comes new life.
Yeah.
So it's not an end, but it's like that tower of that spiraling tower. It doesn't end at the top of that, because at the top of that is eternity.
Yeah, that's what you're saying, Warren. It's like it's not an end. An end is just the beginning of something else.
Yeah.
It doesn't just end like that.
Yeah, and
a new beginning.
And when you use that symbol of the spiral and you turn it sideways, as a spiral is the eye inside that, and that's the computer watching everything. Taking records on all of it. as far as it could see.
What solutions do you think there are?
Huh?
What solutions do you think there are?
Solutions?
Yeah. Do you have any in mind?
Yeah. The solution, the only solution as far as I can see is once you've grasped the concept of stopping willing the will that someone else has designed for not only you, but for the entire planet, for everyone you know, your friends, your family, and everyone you don't know, then you begin to understand the power in beginning to will a will completely different to the will that has been set out for us. And you get to the concept of critical mass and the force it can have. If you understand how the system has its own critical mass, which creates and holds together, I would say, are basically what people take for reality, which is mortgages and crap like that. So if you set up an alternative critical mass, which begins to will the will of creation, then that will begin to, and then try and overpower the other critical mass. But as the only solution I can think of at all. So I've heard people say, "Oh, there's nothing you can do," or "There's nothing you can do unless you got billions of dollars and an army." Mm-hmm. And I say, "There's nothing you can do if you got billions of dollars and an army." You know,
that's a pretty thought, man. But
the power of mind, I'd say,
right.
And I dare anyone at all to tell me that the power of mind isn't powerful.
Of course, the power of the mind is powerful. You know, my theory on it is that, man, is this. I don't think we're going to be able to reach our critical mass because too many people are dead asleep, and you can't really wake them up, and it's not really up to us to try
critical
to wake them up.
mass doesn't, you don't need a lot.
No, this is where I was trying to get at the point with talking about the internet, is that you're always on the hope of finding that awake person. And I'm not sure if how many people who are into this truly understand how few people there are to rely on and how few people can be relied on, and what each person who understands these things, how much responsibility then lies in their hands. So that's something I'm not sure a lot of people grasp yet.
That's what people are scared of. They're scared of having a responsibility like that. That's why they rather just be a bee in a beehive and just will somebody else away, because it's easier that way for them.
Yeah, it's a lot easier.
Well, something the governor spoke of is this control grid that we're in, you know, where everybody's going to be linked into this hive mind with these brain chips and stuff like that. When all this shit comes about, man, you know, even so much as one individual thought that's outside their box, man, could totally throw the whole thing off. And that's why they want to kill all the free thinkers off before they implement that.
That's where the importance of critical mass is, because that then, by the laws of physics and nature, creates a unit that's more powerful than just any one individual person with one individual thought. And critical mass, although it has mass in it, it doesn't involve the masses at all. So it completely takes away from the idea of having to wake up 1 million people and wake up everyone in your street or your town or all your friends.
Exactly.
It removes all of that. It removed, for me, it was like a relief. I don't have to worry about everyone else. And that's where I was saying I can learn to not resent other people because they just want to do whatever they want to do, and they might be good, they might be bad. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, see, that's why
it's such a small number.
That's why I came to realize, man, when you think about this, man, is that, and this is like that, I'm not trying to save anybody. I can't save anybody. It's not my job to save anybody, man. But I kind of think that if I can live my life to be the change I want to see and live my life against and speaking out what's going on and live my life to be that change and forgive people for their sins and so on and so forth, maybe I can redeem the world just through myself, man. You know, maybe that's the allegory of the Christ and the Buddha and shit like that. Is maybe we can all be that, man, in our own way.
That's where it comes to all. I mean, I wouldn't bother wasting my time thinking that me myself. I think I could have an effect on the people around me and an effect on a community, and perhaps an effect on the world. But I wouldn't stretch that far. I wouldn't think that me having a couple of thoughts and sitting down and thinking about this is going to change anything at all. It might be able to influence people around me, but I understand the concept of the critical mass, and it's not about trying to save people necessarily. It's about trying to express to creation, which you're in touch with all the time, that there's something here worth saving. And once you understand that life isn't just, we think in such small, short terms, like a lifespan, or maybe your kid's lifespan as well. But if you understand that you understand about life and death, none being an end, it's only a new beginning, then you want to prolong that because you want to come back again, or maybe you don't want to come back again. It's all down to everyone's choice, but at the moment, critical mass doesn't exist, and it's an incredibly small number from 6.5 billion people in the world.
Yep. So
everyone can ask themselves what part they can have to play in that. I know when I first found out about this, I sat at home thinking, no, I'm not going to bother going because I'm not that important, and all this kind of crap and stuff. And then I thought, well, actually, bugger it, I'm gonna go to the farm and see what it's all about. And I didn't come here to say I'm special or I'm chosen or I'm here to save the world or any crap like that. I came here, saw Glenn and said, what can I do to help?
But see, I'm not trying to save nobody, because I realize, I can't save nobody. The only person I can save is me. That's it.
Yeah. So and then what? That's what you have to ask yourself. Where then you just go.
My question is, can a few people redeem life, man? Can a few people with conscious minds who know what's going on redeem? If they live their life to be that change, can they redeem? Can they redeem the world?
Okay, here's how it works. It's your job, your task as a life being is supposed to learn, right? Nobody's doing that, then there's no purpose for anybody. So creation is just destroy it. Because you're not doing what it created, it made you to do. So as soon as you can show it that you're doing your job, then then there's no reason to destroy it.
Yeah, think of it all as a test of you, because that's what it is. It's a test of us, and it's a test of you individually.
That's how kind of I've always felt. It's like all a big test, like life is a test, just to be the best me that I can be,
I try not to look at it as a test, because that's what, like, religion does, man. They try to make it a test and virtue and all this type of thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's all about virtue.
Whose phone is that?
I don't know.
Whose phone is what? Making that noise?
Yeah, it's a lot of feedback. Either someone's using it.
Why not? Why aren't you? Why doesn't? If you understand the situation we're in, then why aren't we all on trial? Not from God or religion, but from creation. If you understand that no matter how many universes might or do exist, none of them exist without purpose.
Mm-hmm.
There's a purpose behind all of it. There's a purpose.
Yeah, of course. Nothing would exist without the purpose. That's the whole purpose of existence, is the purpose behind it.
Yeah, because nothing happens without a purpose, man. In nature, nothing happens without a reason. There's a reason for everything that happens.
Exactly.
People take for granted where they are. They take for granted that there's the fireball outside that you go to now. They just think this is a joke,
Yeah. What are the odds of that star creating the circumstances? Like just all the circumstances, the star, the moon,
the correct distance away.
Yeah, and just what's the odds of that?
Well, it's part of the process. If you understand it, this isn't the only one.
Yeah.
Right. But this isn't the only one that's existed in the solar system.
There could be other suns.
No, but never mind that. It's like the sun in this solar system started somewhere, got to its peak, and then started receding. So there's absolutely no reason not to believe that there has been life on other planets in the solar system at some point. When Venus was closest, was the right distance with the right size of the sun to support life of some kind.
Right.
It doesn't have to at all be like life is here today.
Exactly.
Well, you consider this.
Changed.
And all that life, the life here came from out there, so of course that's like logically you could think, of course there's other types of life.
And even the life on the planet that are quote-unquote extinct, if the DNA is still there, it could be reactivated given the correct circumstances,
Yeah, man. It's like in like a cryogenic or something. It's frozen in those ice shards.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised, like the circumstances DNA or bacteria can survive in.
I think that one of the best examples is just looking at grass or trees. Like every year they die, and then every year they come back.
So here's another question: it could be life then on other planets. Hell, for all we know, it could be life on other planets in our solar system. If we have an inner Earth and our Earth, who's to say they don't have an inner Mars and inner Jupiter?
See how the system they use that, right?
Yeah.
They use that and say, oh, that could be a life. Let's go out into outer space, and because in a way, like naturally, we'll go into outer space and explore, but like they're taking that natural thing and going their direction with it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna just do what we did here. So that, like.
Well, they know the natural process that the way people are inquisitive and stuff. They know exactly where it's going to go, and they know that the natural progression is then to go out into space. So once they set it all up to do that, that's basically the ruse.
I don't support space exploration like that. The reason being is because I don't trust the technology to begin with. I mean, NASA is really the Nazis.
Yeah, I think that other person who was on the phone before, I think that was Neil.
I think it was. That's Razin on the forum. He came back under the name Razin.
I don't know. I just thought his parents had quite an imagination when they named him.
I called him on that, yeah.
What?
People knew, Warren. Everybody knew.
Yeah, we're kept incredibly dumb, and we're basically kept in the past. Anyone with an understanding of life on Earth and life in a solar system, life in the universe, understands that the safest place to be is not on the surface.
Yeah. But even that's not the safest place to be for the plan. Like I when I think of that, like this what they have planned, it overreaches all the wars they've done in the past, all the diseases, all the famine. Because to actually set it up to, like, recombine everything is, I think, the most horrible atrocity that could ever be committed. Because you're not giving anything any chance at all. You're taking it into your own. And that's when I feel like creation had to step in and just destroy everything. Because you're like, the whole project of learning is being it's being set.
It'll either scrap it or it'll let it survive.
I'm fine, Mom.
And a lot of people might disagree with me, but like if the world was to be a choice of how they have it to recombine everything, or the world is blowing up, I'd rather go with the world is blowing up, because at least there's still a chance. Like there's still, if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
That's basically something like that is what's going to happen unless basically we can set up some kind of system.
Right. That's what critical mass is all about.
That's exactly
forcing the hand, and
it's all about. Yeah. If you want it to be just all blown up, then there's no point in attempting a critical mass.
Right. Because their plan is to speed up the process, right, and destroy it in the next few years. So it's kind of like it's now or never. It's either we do it now or we're going to die either way.
Well, they're moving along
kind of or create it happen.
You got to understand that it's not a new concept, the concept of critical mass. First, it exists in nature, and secondly, it's used by what we call the system to create reality or whatever, hold it all together in this world. I would suggest to you that the people behind the idea of critical mass are a lot older as well, and understand, have a very good understanding of the effect of critical mass. And I know that each of you understands the force within of how you're talking about, the threat that a critical mass would create to the system. And I'm all for it, absolutely 100%.
That's why they always put like stigmas behind 13. Because they try to get people to look at like, that's bad. That's bad.
Lucky number.
Yeah. But interesting thing, observation is actually Cecil Randy Rhodes actually pointed to me. It's actually good information. Is when you look at Haiti, the earthquake that happened in Haiti, now it's happening in Chile too.
Yeah.
Well, they might be using that as a way to get into Venezuela. The reason I'm saying that is because, well, you know, and we all know that we know this is all a play. They're not really enemies. They just play enemies when the cameras are rolling. But you know, Venezuela had started selling oil to the Chinese cheaper than the Americans did, and so supposedly that pissed off America. So now America's, you know, they got this military occupation going on in Haiti under the guise of humanitarian assistance. They're using that maybe it's a stepping stone into Venezuela.
Yeah,
so
they're going to sell stuff to the Chinese, but then they're going to wipe the Chinese out. China is just a big flat place.
Yeah, I heard there was another earthquake too in Taiwan. You heard about that, Tom?
What?
There was another earthquake in Taiwan.
Yeah.
It was like 6.4.
And they call it in the press, they call it an act of Mother Nature, when in actual fact it's an act of other nature.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's all set off.
Mm-hmm.
It's all done, and they've had 2 below ground. Now maybe they're going to go for something above ground.
Well, see, what I see happening, too, is because, I mean, you know, that, too, America being the Nazis of the world now, we're pissing off a lot of other countries when you look at worldwide, because now if we go to Venezuela, see, that pissed off the Chinese, supposedly that all this stuff going on in Haiti and all this stuff. So if they stop trading with us, that's going to engineer the collapse of America's economy right there, which is going to bring in the police state and all that shit, right?
Yeah, but America's facing the worst collapse than just its economy. You know, it's facing
collapse into the earth.
A land collapse. All the rest.
America's going to remain a military power, whether the people have any wealth or not. What's going to happen they're going to start another world war. They're going to play, like I said, they're going to play the Nazis because
the Nazis are misusing that term because if you want to look at Nazis, look at all the Estan countries. Those are all Nazis. Look at all. You know, it's all just a play on words. Like when you say America the Nazi, they're all Nazis.
Yeah, they all. But I mean,
all
I'm saying,
sides, you know, they all play that.
Yeah, everything, all religious sects.
Well, you're right, but what I meant by that is America is going to play the aggressor in the play that we call politics. That's what's happening. They're set there to play the aggressor.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but and don't forget as well what the Americans did to the Japanese. And how did the Japanese become people who didn't retaliate or something like that? So don't count out that the Japanese have planned some kind of retaliation against the States. And on one hand, you wouldn't blame them. But obviously, most of the population of the world doesn't understand that although they're living it out in real life, it's all just basically a part of an act they've been manipulated into.
Yeah.
Things that, if you understand the system, how they communicate and stuff, I saw on the news that Toyota has an accelerator problem, you know. So you think about particle accelerators, and the Japanese having accelerator problems and things like that. The system has ways of communicating stuff. So,
well, you look what's going on too. It's interesting to note in countries like Greece and like the Congo and Africa, what you got is a civil war already breaking out between the people and the governments.
Yep. But then, you know, the whole world's expecting China to take over as world policeman and stuff like that. You know, it's not going to happen. China's going to be gone. They're going to flush the toilet in China as well. So all this stuff, although it's basically this is part of the plan. You know,
I don't think they're going to flush the toilet on Asia right away. I think they'll eventually flush the toilet on them. I don't think it's going to happen right away. I think they're going to bring all that technology back to them, and they're going to have a small period of time where they're going to reign.
But bringing the technology is going south, though. If you speak to anyone in Brazil, they'll tell you about how much infrastructure and technology and stuff is being set up down there in the southern hemisphere. It's all being taken out of China. That's why they built that railroad into Tibet.
Oh, okay.
They're getting ready. They're taking the stuff out of China, and we're in the window where China could go tonight. It could go in 4 years. It could go in 50 years. But it's going to go, and all the rest of it. It's all basically a big distraction, I think. And of course, it's setting up World War III. I mean, for me, if you look at,
I think.
Like
hey, yo, could you send me a link to that, yo?
Yeah, Tom, with the With that World War III that you said, I remember reading older post from Glenn. He said like those WMDs that they say that they're looking for are actually on the ground. They're gonna use that to actually start all.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If you look, there's it's like Nuclear Weapon Alley when you look at a map, and where they're building nuclear weapons and stuff all across Arabia and stuff.
Yeah. And that will justify everything that's going on over here. Like,
I mean, if you look at Israel, it seems to me that the whole purpose of Israel being set up is just a ticking time bomb to kick off World War III, which they'll probably do at some point. It's certainly part of the plan.
Zion.
But,
so, Tom, can you send me a link?
He's not on the computer, so he can't send you.
I mean, like later on.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Can you send me a link sometime later on, man? Talking about them transferring the technology out of Asia and down south.
I mean, that's not something you're gonna read. That's just from some circumstance. That's just adding it up all together.
I would, I don't know. Ask some of the guys in Brazil, Brian or
Concrete.
Yeah. I don't know. I've got it from just basically looking at the media and seeing. I don't know if there's things on YouTube or on the news or something about. They'll do stories on it, about Brazil getting all this new technology and stuff.
Yeah.
And it basically all fits in the plan. It fits in with this railroad and stuff.
I can see that.
Part of a heinous plan, But I can't remember. My friend used to tell this story. I can't remember how it goes, but it comes up with this guy getting pissed off and having a meeting with God and asking him why. He's like, "Why, God? Why?" And God says, "It's part of my plan." So the guy says, "Fuck your plan."
Exactly, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing with when you get to understand these things. Most people out there have the luxury of just being able to dismiss it, But you're talking about living on a rock that floats around a ball of fire in the solar system. I've tried to say that to people before. It's like, right, let's think about things. Okay, you live on a rock floating around a ball of fire that's part of a solar system floating around another thing. Well, you live on a rock and it's called a planet. You think there is no plan. And, oh, no, but that's just what it's called in this world. Yeah.
Well, I had a friend that was keep telling me, well, why do you want to go jump in the caves? And why do you want to go jump in the caves? That's dangerous. I'm like, well, look, I mean, it's like I can't sit here and tell this dude, like, well, why I'm doing it because he ain't going to understand. So I'm just like, look, I don't know. I'm just going, just leave it at that.
Yeah. Or you give them Metadorpa and they just maybe read a few pages or something. They don't finish it or whatever. But it's interesting. It's really interesting.
Yeah. I mean,
but go on your expedition to the center of the Earth, huh?
Yeah, making my own expedition, man. I'm planning on. I could change my mind, man, if I could find the evidence that I'm looking for to come to my own conclusions. I mean, without it. But here's the thing, man. Is like I'm saying. I mean, there's this vast world of possibilities that lays inside the Earth, and I got to know, where to draw the line. The paradox I'm facing is on one side, they're trying to spin me off in the la-la land.
What was that?
That's probably Neo or somebody. I'm not worried about it. But on one side, they're trying to spin me off in the la-la land. On the other side, the truth almost that does have to be that far out. So, I mean, and the only way for me to really know for sure where to draw the line is to see it for myself.
Yeah, well, Warren, for me, all the answers lead to the farm here in Canada.
Yeah.
And so I decided, like you, I decided to come and see things for myself. And that's what I did, and I just found a great little place. And hopefully, once enough people get here, enough people come and start willing their will, just seeing what's going on, understanding the Glenn isn't a CIA agent or anything like that, He's someone like us. He went through the same thing, but he spent, nearly 30 years now doing this kind of thing, and he's still going.
Me personally, I don't have as much confidence, man. That's just me personally. I don't. There are things with him that I kind of don't agree with. I kind of. I see that there's a lot of truth in a lot of the paradigm, a lot of the narrative that he puts out, but there are some things like such as supporting the war in Iraq or supporting Rumsfeld or dropping bombs on Iran, or I can't,
But you got to understand, that it's a process basically, and the lesson to be learned for me from looking at things is it gives you a different perspective on the world that you're given to believe in, especially in the truth movement or whatever.
Yeah, they gave the whole movement of like the whole anti-war and everything. That's all them too, man. Like
but remember, you're always dealing with.
Well, war is them. I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying, but at the same time, I mean, if I want to be the change that I'm trying to live to be against this war, I mean, how can I support killing? I mean,
we never,
that's what war is. War is killing. I mean,
no, you don't have to support war and killing, and there's not a person here on the farm who supports war or killing either. But
that's what he says. He says that we need to make Iran a parking lot between Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah, when was that? When was that written?
I could send you the links, man.
No, you don't need to, Warren, because I've read it, and it's from about 2003.
It's 2010, and that's why he writes at the end of every post, "It's a work in progress." He's showing you that he's learning himself.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't claim. No one's claiming to be the man who knows absolutely everything. If Keeley thought he knew everything, then he could just set up his own critical mass of him and fix things. It's,
but there's a lot
there's not enough time for one person in a lifetime to learn everything, and everyone has different opinions, and everyone's learned different things, and put together, there's a bigger picture. It will be grasped by everyone.
Yeah.
And everyone's still learning. No one.
And I'm working on getting that picture, man. I'm working on getting that picture, I mean, it's going to come over time. I mean, and only time will tell. I mean, who's right and who's wrong. I mean, I'm not here to debate with nobody. I mean, but
I mean, if you want to sit here and wait, man, that's what people who watch TV do, man. They just sit there and wait. Like,
the thing is, you got this situation where most people would just rather sit on the fence and not choose sides in case the side they choose is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And if it comes to the point where if they break the locks at Sault Ste. Marie, or if any part of this plan happens, then people are going to come and they'll say, oh, we knew you were right. And if it doesn't happen, people say, oh, we knew you were wrong and stuff. But then if it didn't happen, maybe it didn't happen because it was averted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And for me, it's worth a shot.
I'd rather happen.
At the very least, it was worth a shot just to come to the farm and see what it's like, see what it's all about. Here's a story from going firsthand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Warren. Like, it just doesn't seem realistic to me. Rather than go and visit Glenn yourself and talk to a person, the guy yourself, and then go and dig to try to dig to the moho discontinuity. I mean, to think it's with your own two hands, you're gonna dig beneath hundreds of miles.
I don't think that I'm going to dig, man.
Crust.
I'm just going to go into the caves and explore. I mean, but I mean, it's the thing, man. I mean, I don't know whether I trust that solution or not. I kind of think that I mean, it's just my opinion here, but I kind of think it's a setup. I mean, I think.
Like what?
I don't think it's going to be necessarily a setup that's going to be readily apparent right away to people to go there. I think it's going to be one of those things where people are going to be used for something without them even being conscious of it.
Like when you're sitting home right now and not willing your own will, that's a setup, man.
Yeah, I'd say first off, I don't think that's going to happen, and I'd say second off, I wouldn't care anyway. Cause
I mean, you're talking to Tom right now. He's on the farm right now.
But like you say, Warren, I wouldn't care either way because I'm doing something. If it comes to knowing about this and not doing anything, then I would rather just not know. I'd be happier. I would just, if I knew about this kind of stuff and didn't try to do anything about it, then I would pick going and eating a steak again or whatever, like in that film,
But that's kind of thing. If I take that trip, and let's say if I get there and I see something there, if I find something out, well then, if I have that knowledge there at my disposal, then I'll have a better idea. Well, what can I do to to stop this. You know, I mean.
Yeah. Well, I didn't come here for personal gain. It was never part of my reasons for coming here. I just came here to see what I could do to help. And as it turned out, last year, for a large part of the time, I was pretty much the only one here. I thought if I'd sat at home twiddling my thumbs and humming and hawing, then there would have been no one here, basically, and we wouldn't have been that much closer, you know. But Danny came up, there's another woman came up, and she's kind of put herself out of the picture at the moment, but she's still a possibility. And it's trying to do something. I mean, I've got my own reasons. If anyone listening out there has a better idea than me or can do any of it better, then come and do it better, you know. And so I'm just trying.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man. I mean,
and don't forget, I came here, learned things, found out about things.
Well, see, I'm not like these people.
I still got on a plane and went back over the Atlantic, and I got there safely, you know.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm not like a lot of these people over, like, let's say, like Outlaw, who says, oh, well, Glenn talks about that. That's bullshit. I'm not like that, man. I'm not on a witch hunt. I'm not out there to hang anybody, man. That's not my goal.
No, Warren, I completely understand. It's like one thing I've come to learn with this is that so much of this is learned internally. It's not something that can be told. It's something that you yourself, you begin to see the preponderance of the circumstantial evidence and indirect reasoning based on observations. So you got your intuition and your reasoning. And
I got my intuition. My intuition doesn't always necessarily tell me the same thing that other people's intuition might tell them.
No, of course it does.
Or, you know, but the way I look at it is there's too many circumstantial signs pointing towards my theory. Well, someone actually has showed me about synarchism, and I stopped and thought about that. Well, you know, when you look at Glenn was you know, you can sit there and say that, you know, he wasn't successful at politics and stuff, but he was still a right-wing politician. Well, and he talks about, you know, giving praise to Donald Rumsfeld and dropping bombs on Iran and supporting the U.S. military overseas and all this stuff. And, you know, I'm thinking, you know, well, you can say that before he woke up, but, you know, still, I mean, you know, I'm still seeing that laced into these things that he's writing.
But Warren, have you actually tried, instead of asking people about this thing, have you actually tried phoning Glenn and asking him what his views now, 7 years on from then, are on that subject?
I mean, I'll call him and ask him, man. I mean, but
that's what to do. You know, is getting the here and now. Basically, I would say one thing to be learned from reading that stuff is it gives you an idea of one of the key principles of this the world is that the Persian Empire still exists, and that's what that was all about. And when what we're dealing with here is possibilities. We're not dealing with probabilities. It's possible.
I mean, it's
possible that the Americans were catching on, considering that part of this plan involves their own demise. Is it a possibility that they would catch on to this and try and do something about it? And I would say yes, it is. Is it probable? Maybe not. Is it possible? Yes. It's different. It's like the Olympic Committee at the Winter Olympics in Vancouver on that first the day before it started, the training day, when they sent that guy down on the luge, and he came off his luge and went and flew and hit a pillar and died. Oh, this has never happened before. Oh, we worked it all out, and this isn't supposed to happen. They were dealing with probabilities, because they didn't ask themselves, is it probable a guy's going to come off his luge, come out the track, hit that pillar, and die at 130 kilometers an hour? No, it's not probable. But did they ask themselves, is it possible? And it clearly is. But they didn't ask themselves that question.
Here's the thing where I'm coming from here, man, is I've thought about going to the farm before, man, even though I feel it's a setup. Is it like you said? I mean, you know, the only way to get, I mean, it might be an easier way of getting a hold of that knowledge to go to that farm, even if it is, because we're screwed either way at this point. I mean, you know, something ain't done. I mean, so I thought about going there anyways, but here's the thing, too, though, man. You know, what about the people I care about, my family and stuff like that, who need me to help them out, stuff like that. I can't just leave them to the wolves, man.
So what wolves are you leaving them to? You know, is this like the CFR and FEMA camps and kind of stuff like this, or like the lists people have, blue lists and red lists and yellow lists and all the kind of basic fear-mongering and stuff that's out there that you learn from people like Alan Watts. And so you're going to sit there, it's a choice you have. If you know you're going to get hit by a wave or end up in a nova, you can choose to just accept it and go down with your nearest and dearest. It's up to you. It's a choice that only you can make. And you can look at someone like me and say, am I in on it? Am I part of the system? Or am I being used as a patsy? Or is this real? And we're just here honestly trying to do our best to find out all the answers and solutions that we'll need. That's only something.
But I'm saying, like just a thought here. What if some part of this paradigm doesn't end up being true, though? Well, I mean, what if there is something? What if there's a rock tossed in the spoke somewhere, and then, and you buy this whole narrative, but then how are you going to ever know if you're wrong? Then, because I know what I'm trying to say. I'm just, learning is an ongoing process. You never know everything. I'm never going to know everything. Y'all don't know everything.
Yeah.
Glenn don't know everything. Alan don't know everything.
Exactly.
But
together, with a lot of people that know a lot more than 99% of the people walking around on the planet, can come to a broader understanding of things, and everyone has like a speciality or a skill, whatever it may be, and you might feel that you know more about something than Glenn does, and who's going to be surprised by that? Because who's trying to paint a picture of Glenn being the man who knows everything? No one, apart from people coming up with excuses and reasons for people not to go along with this.
We don't know everything. That's true. We don't know everything, but we know that we don't know everything. But there's people in this world. Most people in this world think they know everything.
Yeah, and stuff happens here on the farm. Everyone here learns something every day. It's like last month or something, we came to the revelation that it isn't the hidden hand that rules the world, but the hidden foot.
These Neanderthals, I've thought about this concept for so long. Are they interterrestrial? Are they hyperdimensional? Or could it be that they're interterrestrial, extraterrestrial, and hyperdimensional?
All these allegories and science fiction, when they talk about aliens, they're just talking about because that's where life came from outside somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then when they talk about dimensional, they're just talking about a way of thinking, and they just they externalize it and make it something else. That's what the art of writing and mystery is all about. Like, they take a reality, right? And in the old days, they would just write the Bible and all that stuff. Today, they just have science fiction writers, Arthur C. Clarke, Stephen King. They train them in these universities, and all they do is they're given information, and their skill is just they write a story around it.
But here's what I'm getting at, though. They're coming out with technologies nowadays that are working on time space and stuff like this, okay? And they're working on, accessing other dimensions and stuff like this. And if they have this technology that they're bringing out now, that means they've had it for a lot longer, Yeah. So if they've had this technology that long, then it opens up a whole new door of possibilities.
Yeah, it does.
I
would say it's sciences that they well understand, and I would go as far as saying they do understand how to manipulate things on a dimension. Someone would say the fourth dimension, basically. I would say they understand these things, but they came from there. No, I would say it's just something that they've understood and found out. It doesn't mean, and a lot of people get put off. They think, but if we weren't made by aliens, if we were made by a race like Neanderthals or something, then that therefore means that they're...
And that could be very well. I'm closer to believing that it's Neanderthals and aliens by a long shot. I'm just saying,
where the idea of aliens come from? Look at the word aliens. You can break that down, and that's what it is. You got to understand linguistics and understand the word that you're using that they give you. And they attach these meanings to it, and you believe these meanings. You gotta go at the root of everything, because if you don't go at the root, you're hovering.
Oh, it's finding that root. I mean, and I mean, even that being said, on a philosophical point, I'm searching for a root. I admit that I haven't completely found the root. Y'all think y'all found the root? Maybe y'all did. How can I say you're wrong? I don't know. I mean, but then again, I mean, how do you know you're right necessarily? I mean,
I guess knowing you're right about things.
Indirect reasoning based on observations and a preponderance of the circumstantial evidence. I've seen well enough.
Yeah, from so many different angles, man. It's almost like empirical. Yeah, from seeing things. That's how like science is. It's like that. It's like from so many different angles, and it's empirical evidence, man. You just keep proving it to yourself over and over again. And part of it too is intuition. That part in you that this is right. It doesn't lie to you.
I could get down something. I got that as far as the hermaphroditic origins, because I was reading through a quote in Morals and Dogma, and I don't remember what exact words he was, but there's a quote that I emailed that to Nodos. Is Nodos still here, by the way?
No, he's not.
Anyway, I had emailed that to Nodos, but it was a good quote in Albert. But when I read through it, it just kind of clicked. So sometimes I can get that. I mean, it's genetic memory, too. I can't really describe genetic memory. And here's the thing when it comes to genetic memory. I kind of doubt myself when I get these things sometimes, man, because I don't know if I can really validate it or not.
Yeah.
I mean, I just get scratches of a picture somewhere in my mind of something. Yeah. I mean.
Well, you have to ask yourself what's the next step for you. Where do you want to go with what you've learned so far? What's your objective? You have
just learn as much as I can learn. I mean, to me, that's what my life is about. I don't know whether or not I can find a concrete solution to this or not, but I kind of feel that as long as I'm at least trying to will my own will and trying to educate myself and learn as much as I can while I'm here, then I'm doing something against the machine. And that's, to me, that says something for me. That I'm consciously willing my own will to the best of my abilities, and that I'm really looking for the truth. I might not have the root in the palm of my hand, but at least I'm searching for it, and at least I'm getting somewhere, and I'm making an effort, and I'm getting forward in my search, and even if I can't find a concrete solution, I mean the effort and the will to actually seek it out and actually try to grow.
That's fine. That's things that's very similar to how I feel as well about my own search. I'm sure of most of the people out there, but the moment now where I've taken it is I'm trying my damn hardest and best to break the system in whatever way, finding out the best way, its weakest points, and all things like that. And in the meantime, I've decided that the place for me to be is here in Canada, and I'm willing, like I say, I try to will my own will day to day and stuff, but then there's a more clear objective with it as well, and the outcome of that is to put an end to all this shit. That's
my theory
is about. I don't just want to exist knowing about it and just going about my business trying to be contradictory to it, which is fine. It's fair enough, but there's a bigger picture as far as I can see, and because I don't think things are without purpose at all, and I've pretty much well decided that my purpose is to basically do with my damnedest to.
Well, see, my intuition is telling me step carefully when I'm looking through all this research and stuff that I'm getting off of Glenn and stuff like that, and it's telling me step carefully because there's truth in it, but don't take it whole, because when I look at it,
you know what's interesting. It's interesting how you say that you call out your intuition is telling you step carefully. I remember reading a book a long time ago. He said that like the human mind is like a computer, and you can put a virus in it, and like and how he explained it was like, say you're about to go into a class, right? You just started school, and you're gonna go into class and learn, and right outside the class, somebody tells you, hey, that teacher's a real, he'll just fail you. He's not even fair. He'll just fail you. And you're gonna go into class with that in mind, like he put that into your mind, and you're gonna go in and you're already gonna have preconceived notions on everything. And that whole idea, how you said how you're nervous about the whole farm and everything, that didn't come from you, because I remember, Maverick talking about that, and he started that whole idea of it's some type of what's it called, Jim Jones type of thing. And even the Jim Jones, that idea wasn't originally his, because see how the system does. The system knows how to warp things. Like, I just watched a movie called The Believers, and after watching that movie, it's like it would make people like me look like cult members or something. Like, they know how to flip things and make a truth look like it's something that's totally ridiculous.
Of course they do, yeah.
See, to me, I even think that anybody that's being allowed to be coming out in the spotlight, even with the niche market, man, because they control the alternative media too. Anybody who's even got so much of a niche market, anybody these people that just show up on the scene, they're not going to be there unless they're let be there.
Like who?
I mean, like anybody from Stuart Swirlo to David Icke, Alex Jones, Glenn Keely, Alan Watt, anybody.
But ask yourself, how did Glenn Keely just show up on the scene? How did he do that?
Through Alan Watt, really.
Tell me through Alan Watt.
I mean, there's no.
But hasn't Glenn?
Alan Watt had to know when he put all this stuff in his book, the people were going to find out.
But that's not the issue here. The issue is talking about how Glenn Keely came from nowhere, appeared on the scene, because you actually find that Glenn has been doing this for 30 years, and then you might want to ask yourself, why has nobody heard of him? Why does everyone know about Jordan Maxwell, Stuart Swirlo, David Icke, and stuff? How come nobody heard of Glenn Keely when he clearly didn't just turn up on the scene, because he's been doing this for 30 years?
Yeah.
I mean, he was talking about this stuff of, North American Union years ago. Like, when you read the newspapers, these are like old mildew on the newspapers, man. Like, this guy went through that whole process I went through a long time ago, talking about Maurice Strong and all these guys.
Yeah.
And when you ask yourself that question, Tom said, who, what, how, he came on the scene and stuff. You think it was Alan Watt that brought him to the scene. That wasn't Alan Watt. That was the media, because that's all the internet is. It's just another form of the media. They're the ones who, every time you put his name up, it's Alan Watt. It's associated with. It's all how they do it, and it's all and then that goes into a guy named Marshall McLuhan. He talks about what's it called, the extensions of man, and how people's perceptions. You can change somebody's perception of reality if you're like that. You're that media. You're that you're between them and reality, and that's what the internet is. That's what TV is. That's what the radio is. That's what
newspapers
that whole
are
gator
too,
between you and reality.
But this situation that's unfolding here, right? Take two different approaches you can take to it. One, is this a setup, and is it all fake? And if it is, how would it unfold? Would it unfold just like it's unfolding now? However, if it's real, all this stuff, and look at how it's unfolding, and ask yourself, wouldn't it unfold in just this way? And
but I don't think it's that black and white, man.
I don't have to decide.
I don't think it's that black and white as saying, well, everything he says is all a big sham, or everything he says is the gospel truth. I don't think it's really.
I'm not saying that. I'm trying to break it down into two simple dualistic ways of looking at it, and ask yourself which is the answer. I wouldn't sit here and tell you every word of it is gospel truth.
Yeah.
I would tell you that what we're dealing with now is we're onto it big time, and then it's up to you. I wouldn't worry about trying to convince somebody either way. I'm not bothered with it. I know critical mass is a small number.
I'm not convinced of waking anybody up. I mean, if I find somebody who's willing to wake up, then maybe. But I'm not looking for it.
You should always doubt everything all the way till the end, and then continue doubting it.
Yeah.
You've got to. You can't trust anything 100% in this world just now, except for maybe yourself. Your own powers of reasoning and intuition. And intuition is getting bandied about now by people like it's some kind of new thing. And there's people out there who want to paint it like there's people who talk about, oh, you go to the farm based on intuition and stuff like that. There's more to the story than just that, you know. And people want to debate you on intuition and stuff. It's all nonsense. Having a debate about it. How can you debate it?
Yeah, there's like two people on who just on the call. They want to say anything?
Hello.
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 So.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So we got
This is Chaz 68.
Chaz 68. What's up?
What's up, man?
And we got Ambika.
Yeah.
I had to switch over to my other laptop and stuff and get everything hooked up so I could get in with you guys, and I'm just trying to listen in and see what I missed in between that time.
I don't know when your laptop.
Probably about 10 minutes ago. I missed about 10 minutes, and I just got in on between the other two guys what they were talking about, and then the one guy I could barely hear. He was saying something about debating something or something. I don't know.
Was that me?
Nah, I think it was the other gentleman.
Oh, it was me.
Oh, but it's all good. I don't want to debate with anybody.
I'm not looking to debate either. I mean,
no, you guys are good, man. You guys are real good. I jumped up with you last night. I came back on tonight, and that's what I like about you guys. You guys shake ideals and stuff without fighting.
Yeah. And that's a beautiful thing when people can agree to disagree and not feel like they're superior to anybody because of it, you know.
Right. That's right. We don't learn nothing from that.
No, exactly. And I don't know about you, but I'm just too tired for that. I don't have energy for that because I don't see the point in it anymore. You know?
They don't accomplish anything to argue, man.
That's the media who taught people how to think they can learn from debating, and because you can actually win a debate, but you'll still be wrong.
Well, that's the whole idea between the Republicans and Democrats, and all that crap.
Yeah.
And look at which one of them is it that has a donkey as their logo for
the Democrats?
That's the Democrats. And the Republicans have the elephant.
Right.
Yeah.
And they all chose those symbols carefully. Like every symbol you see, it's not like they just picked it overnight. These are all like well thought out.
So who here would want to pick themselves a symbol? Think really carefully about it and then come up with a donkey.
Well, do the third parties have animal symbols too?
Oh, who knows?
I don't know. I'm not up on American politics too big.
Well, you know what the animal symbol for the whole political system is? That's a bee.
Yeah.
So
the bee is actually like for industry, they say.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's what they used. That's why they had put the power in the hands of the white race on the surface to use them to build the Industrial Revolution, which now that they've built the Industrial Revolution, a lot of the elites saying, oh, well, now they're weak and effeminate and, they can't rule over themselves anymore. So now they're going to try to transfer power. Well, it looks like they're going to transfer power over to Asia, but then they're going to go ahead and flush the toilet on that, so who knows?
It's an interesting thing when you think about this, like the population today, like being in such a large number, because we're all basically created because they needed that many people to operate the machines and stuff. But now they got to the point where they basically don't need us anymore.
Right.
So if you think about the world, if it just continued to evolve naturally, you think about there being too many people on the planet now. You ask yourself, there wouldn't be this many people if we had to be like genetically created to exist in our billions in order to accomplish a task. That's nothing to do with the natural process of evolution at all.
Yeah, I don't think they want to shift power. I think they want to keep power, but similar to what I heard earlier, with the internet, the uses and stuff, waking a lot of us up and getting us together, being able to communicate faster and quicker now, it's become a threat to them.
It's a stepping stone on the way, though,
That's why they want to control it, right?
Yeah, it's not the ultimate solution at all.
Right.
It comes back to that comedian saying, you're not saving the world, you're sitting in your room typing.
That's right.
That too. I mean, I don't even think it's an issue of them like terribly too scared of people finding out too much, because they had to know that people were going to find that much out when they gave us the internet in the first place. I think they kind of knew that, they'd have to shut it down at a certain point once people started coming too far along.
I mean, internet's so old. If they had a computer,
that's right,
probably before the Ice Age, the first computer, and you can look, as far as I can read, something like documented, they knew about the computer. The military was using it before the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, I mean, this is like, they know what's going to be the outcome, because they don't ever, like, it's like what Plato said, we don't ever bring out a disease unless we make the cure first. So, like, they know what's going to happen.
Well, a lawyer doesn't ever sit someone on the dock and ask them a question that they don't know the answer already. But did you not ask yourself at some point when you found out all this, did you not sort of say to yourself or come to an understanding of why they aren't worried about people finding out?
Yeah, they actually say there's part of your pineal gland that within I think it's like a millisecond or something before your body or your mouth or your eyes or whatever actually does something, it's already fabricated it, the action or the words or whatever for your body to react to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already like a half a second or something before you even aware that you're moving your hand or whatever, or you're going to say something. It's already been said inside of your mind.
Yeah.
You're just putting it out there for somebody else.
I've heard something like that from somewhere else. I just can't remember.
I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what in my research I come across that, and it's like a 50-50 thing to me. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, if you watch people that talk with their hands stuff, but they don't realize they're talking with their hands.
Mm-hmm. Like involuntary action.
Right.
Well, you look at Asian languages, because Phoenix pointed this out to me. Asian languages, the structure of the language is very different than this here. Like here, you state the subject, and that goes into the details. Whereas the way you talk in a lot of Eastern tongues is you give them the supporting details before you get to the subject. So they have to listen to the idea first before they reject it or before they buy or reject it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know.
Which is kind of interesting when you kind of think about it, because really that's why people in the West are more linguistically enslaved than people in the East are.
Actually, they all are enslaved.
We're all enslaved. I'm saying
their language
is a different form, because people in the East, when you look at all the different races and stuff, like their way of thinking is more of they call it cold reasoning, just logic. Like they didn't have any imagination.
Yeah.
And and the Caucasian was more of imagination, because they were meant to go into outer space.
Yeah.
But they they interbred, and things changed and stuff. And so I guess
it is like your ROM and RAM memory.
Mm-hmm.
They had an example of it again was in the totally fixed sham that was the Winter Olympics, where they had the Chinese curling team. They're talking about how good they were, and the trainer was a Canadian, I think, and he was talking about them 10 years ago or something. He said he'd show them what to do, and mechanically, or that's not the word he used, but probably more apt. They were perfect. They could do it perfectly, but they didn't have a clue what they were actually doing.
Right.
Someone needs to write them a manual.
Yeah, Confucius.
Yeah.
Confuse us. Yeah. But it's interesting too. Nodos pointed this out. In China, they basically they're given something, they work on it, and then the Japanese they just perfect it. They're the other spectrum. Japanese will perfect something, and China will I guess they're given something to work on, and they just work on it, and then the other guys perfect it. And that's what they do. That's why they give him that job to miniaturize the medulla, and they symbolize that with I think the bonsai tree.
The medulla is the Medusa, right?
Medulla, they allegorize it in so many different ways.
Yeah.
In Harry Potter, I showed that in the video. When and this is a really highly allegorical movie. Lord Voldemort, the dark one. It was gotta have a dark one, the bad one, or opposite one, which is really us. It's all part of the one thing. But it is one scene where he he says he has to live off a parasite off this guy who's helping him, and he's like, yes, unicorn blood sustains me, and they're just saying that the Neanderthal died out, and they'll only be able to live through the unicorn. The unicorn is the new slave, the unicorn. It's the new slave. It's the with the horn coming out. The horn is the communications, because it's pointing straight to heaven. So heaven is actually below, as above, so below. Heaven is the main command center, I guess you want to call it. And,
because it's mirrored, plane of reality. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what's the allegory of the Medusa? Because you got Med, which is median, and then you got USA.
Well, your Medulla and Medusa. The Medusa's hair is snakes, yeah, and she's the female, and the snake is basically what your spine is. Which contains all the genetic memory of everything. All the DNA has basically experienced, and you're a way to accessing that, and you're also a way to communications, like you're talking about how you think in pictures, Warren, is through your hair as well, acting like an antenna.
You can see that in nature.
Yeah, or like a tree. If you look at a tree coming up and all its branches and stuff going out, if you had X-ray vision, if you look at it through the root, through the ground as well, you'd see that it's exactly the same thing underground as it is above ground.
Yeah, right. The mirror.
And even to the way like a branch is, like they're still picking their way through something. The way they stop and go this way.
What's the significance of USA in the word Medusa though? Because it ends with USA.
Yeah. Well, Med USA.
Media, the country media.
USA being one of the final goals of the plan. You know, USA has been planned for probably at least 6,000 years.
Yeah.
To do the job it's doing, and then to be taken down. Like all civilizations, once they serve their purpose, they're taken down. And if you can ever see a graph of ancient civilizations, how they come up, they peak and they go down again, then there's a gap, and then another one comes up and peaks and goes down, and it keeps going. And then knowing the real story, or having a grasp of what's going on, you understand that there's a constant there, and it's not shown, because often the part that isn't shown is equally or more important than the part that is. You understand that there's been a constant all the time that's been kicking off these civilizations and then bringing them down when they're not needed anymore, or when they have to be destroyed so that people can then change the story, like the Bible and stuff being written 200 years after the event supposedly happened, because they have to wait 200 years, because then there's no one around to say, hang on a minute, that didn't happen.
So when the Medusa looks at somebody, they turn to stone. Stone is ST plus 1. ST is 1 and 2 plus 1.
Yep.
1, 2, and 1 is 3, the third way.
Yeah.
The perfect slave.
And you live in the 21st century, you know, coincidence, 2-1 ST.
Yeah.
It's all just coincidence.
There's too many coincidences, man.
Yeah, right.
Say, oh,
Right.
You know, say, oh, no, it's not happening. It's it's all part of that circumstantial evidence. It's just the evidence is just too overwhelming.
A whole world of it.
And it's what people consider evidence too, and that's part of the indoctrination in school. They teach you, first of all, they teach you how to look at reality like this is science, this is math,
right.
This is everything's all separated.
They separate everything. They make everything look like it's all separate, like it's all disconnected.
But it's actually, and that's all part of that. I was saying earlier, that whole philosophy of like the monad. Manly P. Hall said that. He goes, as soon as you fool people into thinking there's 2, then you can fool them into thinking there's 3, and then there's 4. And then you just confuse people by doing that. And really it's all connected to one singularity, if you want to use those terms. But.
Yeah. But here's a question, and maybe it's just because I've been conditioned to think in these terms. But it's hard for me to conceive that if you're living in, let's say, if you're living a natural lifestyle, let's say you're living, you know, in the wild or whatnot, you're living a natural lifestyle, okay? You won't need to know. I mean, you don't need to know algebra or geometry or nothing like that, but you wouldn't need to know basic math skills enough to sit there and say, like, well, you know, I got to get this many or a rough idea of this many idea of how much wood I need to chop up, to keep us warm for the winter.
Yeah, but how do you think the people pre-Ice Age did it? How do you think they did it? Like when they.
A lot of them didn't, man. A lot of them, didn't. But there were some that came through, and I always resort that back and give credit to just instinct. You know what I mean? Like something similar
so
to
now
the
it's
will.
aside already, like from trial and error.
I would say they were go as far as say they were better at it back then than we are now as well.
Yeah.
And with maths and stuff, it's like I need to know how to add up, how to take away, how to divide, and how to multiply. After that, I don't really care.
That's
right. Like in Lawrence of Arabia, he's saying maybe 1 in 1,000 people care enough to take it further, so let them, but the rest of us, just leave us alone.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me, I remember a video, I think the person Lights on the forum, he posted it. He said it was this thing with Pythagoras. It was some photographer. He takes pictures of models, and he had like this number. It was like a perfect. Do you remember, Ambika? It was like a perfect number that's supposed to be beauty or whatever. Or supposed to be like every person that's beautiful. They had their face was like this perfect diameter or whatever. And
different proportions.
Yeah,
the beautiful people, right?
And
Manson has something like that.
This is an example of how Pythagoras can put everything down to a formula and just control your whole thinking.
It's linked to paintings and using that formula of the golden spiral and stuff. If you set up things in the painting according to that, then it will be a good painting and stuff. But that number, I think, is the number they use for tax as well. I think it's like the worldwide tax number, basically. That's also why it's so beautiful to them, probably.
and like I think 3 or pi 3 point. It's all centered on the structure of this whole system because it's all like mathematical.
Well, the letter X is very intriguing to me because within that letter X, it's a hermaphroditic symbol, right? And it's always used to represent organized rebellion, Malcolm X, Generation X, so on and so forth. And, so what that represents to me is, like I said, controlled opposition. And like I said, the fact that it's hermaphroditic, what it's kind of telling you is a breeding program, and it's trying to breed the perfect slave. And I found the letter X very interesting. I also found the number 9 very interesting, and number 8 because I'm seeing patterns in the numbers 9 and 8 through their multiplication tables and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure.
And I think to some degree right now for me, it's easier for me to see the patterns in numbers right now sometimes than it is in words. I mean, I can get it in words sometimes, but it's like, I don't know. I guess I just got to take it at my own pace. I mean, sometimes and I guess I shouldn't feel this way, but it's like, it's hard for me to learn this code stuff. And it's like I feel like I'm just not learning it fast enough.
I don't think the code is important to everyone. It's not the ultimate thing that critical mass would be made of. In the end, would be 13 people who are completely adept at the code or whatever. But
isn't the code the only way out of the linguistic fucking? Excuse me.
The code. It's a way of breaking it down into plain English, so to speak. Is a way you can find of telling people what you're actually reading or what you're actually saying. But at the same time, there's always more than one answer to it as well. Right. But it's undoubtedly there, you understand about the 1 ST and the 2 ND and the 3 RD, first, second, third.
Standard.
Induced standard and things. And then if you think, well, you live in a country which is a co-un-try, again, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3. All things like that are there, but what's it the answer to, and what's it the solution to? It's not the solution to anything, and ultimately we wouldn't use these languages anymore at all. But that's not something that's going to happen in our lifetimes.
Right.
And this lifetimes, but if you understand the bigger picture, that there's more than just your lifetime. There's eternity, And if you do learn and do enough, then you will come back as well. So Do you want to come back at all?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, like, you know, I don't know how. I mean, in a way, I kind of feel like I wouldn't want to come back because the world's too messed up. At the same time, that's kind of selfish for me to think that way.
It's everyone's choice to make, but you got a good thing to ask yourself. Okay, suppose one day you are asked, what did you know, when did you know it, and what did you do about it? And that's what your fate rests on.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you can find an answer to that you're happy with, then...
Well, I can find an answer to the first 2 out of 3 of them.
Yeah. But the third one is still up in the air, eh? So that's something to think about.
Yeah.
But I suggest that one day that question will be asked of everyone.
Right, and dude, it's even possible you've had the answer come by you already. You know what I mean?
Well, what did I do about it? I'm trying.
Not you, him, the other guy.
Okay.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Me?
Yeah, because you were saying about, you know, like how he was just telling you, and I totally agree with what he was saying. You know, the important questions. You know, but like what it sounds to me is like, you know, you're in search for these things, and it's possible that these things have already come across you, and that's what led you up to this point in your life where you're trying to interpretate and understand the numbers and everything else.
Yeah.
You know, you probably, and I guarantee you, man, one thing, this is that if you pay more attention to what you're recognizing, you'll see the answer will come to you, man. You'll be like, oh man, wow, yeah, I see now. I know it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once I see the premise explained, I can apply the premise to what I'm reading. You know, and I'll see it. You know, I have to know what I'm looking for a lot of the times.
No, you don't even have to do that, man. You don't have to. I'm telling you, it comes natural, man. If you're into it, like when your instinct and your will or whatever terminology you want to use, when you start to feel it, you know, man, it'll just come to you. You'll just be like, bam, and the explanation. See, that's the question mark. The question mark is what keeps you distracted from actually understanding and comprehending what it is going on through your mind at that time.
Yeah.
You see. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. That's how I come up out of on this too. You know.
So the question mark is an error too when you think about it.
That's where you got to get rid of that. When that question mark comes up, I mean, and when I say get rid of it, I ain't saying don't apply yourself to research further. I'm just saying don't focus on that question mark, because that answer is going to make you chase it through the woods and over the hills, and you know, and you're going to run right past it, man. It's like the guy running through the woods with his eyes closed, smack right into the tree, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, a lot of these questions I'm hearing you ask, you've probably already have been answered inside of you. You just need to you know, accept it or say, man, you know, okay, I got it now, because you're hearing everybody else what they're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you, just by the fact that you keep asking those questions, means the answers are already in you. You got the determination and the drive to look for them. They're already there. You just, like you was talking about your will earlier.
Yeah.
It's in you, man. Trust me. You know, it's there. It's already hit you. You just gotta, you know, same like you was talking about your previous lives. When you go, when you got bits and pieces of it. Well, that's on purpose that you have that, so that you can keep order in yourself and not get confused by the outside distractions and the, you know, the indoctrination and all that stuff. That's what that's all about, man. So that, I mean, I'm telling you, I'm just speaking for myself, though, and I'm probably making sense to nobody else, but that's how I've been able to interpret it, you know, because I got flooded by the numerology, the symbology, you know, and the Jordan Maxwell and everybody else that Jens was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
But the thing was, is when I sat back and I wasn't looking at my computer and I thought about all that, it just tied in together. I see now.
Yeah, I think at some level, I mean, I kind of see where you're coming from. I don't know, man. It's just, I always got it back in my head, you know, well, what if I'm wrong on something, though? You know
what it is? You know what it is? It's what I know from what you do, Warren, is you'll speak to other people, and they put things into your head, and then you start questioning, doubting yourself.
Right.
They put doubt, and that's what a lot of people's job out there. They put they put doubt in you. You're never supposed to doubt yourself. You know.
Hey guys, not to interrupt you all again. I'll be back shortly. I gotta go pick up my daughter.
Okay.
All right. I'll be back.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I say, I mean, you know, if I can't look at myself critically, that's it. That's part of waking up in His Word, to be able to look at myself critically and understand that, you know, I mean, I mean, I can't.
Who's on the call still? I just want to know.
What is it?
I am.
You are?
I am.
Is that Ambica?
Ambika.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I mean, that too. I mean, I've got to be able to look at myself critically, man. I mean.
Yeah, and honestly.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I have to really know something before I say I know it, man. I have to know that, I mean, because I could be wrong. I mean, you know, and that's, maybe people put that in my head, I don't know. But, I mean, you know, how do we know, how do I know for certain that I'm right, you know what I mean?
But even see how you're using those terms wrong and right, it's so black and white. It's not that, you were wrong. You could have just been off a little bit. That's how, like, science, that's how knowledge is. Like, when you're learning something and then you advance, it wasn't that was totally wrong. It was just off by this many degrees or something.
Yeah,
often
it's not about being completely wrong. It's just about taking the evidence, and when you get new evidence, you just have to adjust the course a little bit. But it's all a reason to keep going, you know. Whereas to some people, it might just be a reason to give up, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the kind of person you are, Warren. You know.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything as a reason to stop going. It just needs something.
Well, see, that's the thing, man. That's because I won't give up. You know, that's why, like, when I talk to, like, you know, Phoenix or even Governor, they're good friends of mine, man. You know, but they'll be like, oh, I don't get why you want to keep going on to try to find, you know, these
because they
about
gave
the soul
up.
or the.
Because they gave up.
You know,
it's like they're trying to drag you down there with them. If they say that to you, that's what they're saying, you know. Because I spoke to Phoenix, you know, like, what I see with Phoenix is just that here's a guy who's just using reason. He's not using intuition. And you know, he's halfway, and for him, the whole intuition thing is too far out for him. That's not part of his program. You know, it's just.
Well, reason says to me that I would ask myself why someone called Truth Chaser is asking me why I'm chasing the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know? These are just words, I guess, to a lot of people. I don't know. You know, that's what baffles me too. Like how people will use these words, but I guess they don't. I guess overstanding is a big part of it too. You know, like, 'cause I see like potential, like with like Phoenix, like he can see like certain things. He can see a lot of things, but there's something that's missing there. And I put it to you, it's intuition. Because, you know, from what I've learned having past conversations with Phoenix, seeing everything he writes on the forum, it's just he's missing that. He tells you, you know, he's like, hey, I think this is all bullshit. So when you're working on that, you can't really convince or whatever, try to tell anybody anything otherwise, because they already have that firm belief.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah.
And I remember you said something a while ago, Tom. You said people always say, is this a belief for you? Is this a belief? And you said it's not a matter of like what I believe or me believing this. It's a matter of me seeing it, and they just can't see it, so they immediately say it's a belief.
Yeah. And then sometimes I've seen happen to you, Jared, is people will call you a believer and religious, things like that. But then they'll admit that they haven't looked at nearly the same amount of evidence as you have. You know? So
it's like what Jonathan Livingston Seagull said. He said, when people misunderstand you, and they don't know, like they don't understand you, then they immediately make you a god or a devil. And when you're neither,
you're
neither one.
Yeah.
Well, I think with the coding structures and language and stuff, I see Phoenix as well into that and things. But I've come up with situations before with him where he'll use Basque shorthand and stuff, and other people will use like etymology and things to break things down. But that's still just a surface level of the true purpose of the coding. There's a deeper level that can be broken down that can often just seem stupid to people, but it's consistently there. It's ruse talk. I think of it like Zoroastrian ruse talk. Like places like in Scotland, there's so many. We have Holyrood, where the Queen's Palace is, and where they insisted on building the Parliament, when logic would say that's not the place to build it, but they wanted to build it there, and it's got lots of mythology about it. And the place is called Holyrood, and the last word is rood, is R-O-O-D, which is door backwards. It's a holy door. And then down the coast you got Portobello, which does basically mean a bonny port, a bellow, Bella Port, bonny port, or whatever. But then on the other hand, you've got Port au Bello, which suggests like door to Bello, basically. And is it? That's one of the answers you can get from looking at that word. But when you piece it together with all the other stuff, holy door, and the fact that basically everywhere is riddled with underground structures. And it is, and especially around there, the Firth of Forth.
Well, that's easily proven.
What's that?
That's easily proven that there's underground structures going across the world. You can Google that and find proof of that real easy.
And they mark certain places with hills as well when they cause a blind thrust, where two pieces of plate or whatever come together and then force the land above it to rise up and to create a hill. And you look at the hills just around the Firth of Forth over in the Kingdom of Fife there, you've got these two hills. There's a perfect pair of tits, even complete with nipples. They're called the Paps of Fife. And I'd suggest that marks something going on underground. It's got extinct volcanoes around there. On the other side of the country, you've got Loch Lomond, which being you got low and mond, low earth, all this kind of stuff. It could mean, well, it's below the highlands, so it's low. But then if you understand, a loch is like a lock, but with a CH at the end and stuff. And what's a lock? And Yale's open lock. And it goes on and on.
I find like you really got to understand, part of understanding yourself, you got to understand like anatomy, with the human anatomy. Because
there's proof of the hermaphroditic origins in the human anatomy of the male.
Yeah, but I'm saying with anatomy, they use the body. They understand the body to a T. Like they understand it. Like when you look at in Scotland, for instance, and look at the bagpipes, and look at the stomach.
Yeah.
That's what they're allegorizing. And that bag, the man blowing into it, that man is actually a testicle blowing, or whatever, inseminating. Because when you understand like the whole abdomen, can't even pronounce it right. I can't even say it. What's wrong with me?
Abdomen.
The abdomen. That's what it is. Abdomen area, like it's like bags and stuff. They explain it like it's all types of bags, and it's really it's really, that stuff is really interesting. Learning about like different cells in the body and different, all these type of things. They help you, I guess, with your overstanding of like, and you'll see it how they allegorize. Like, there's a movie called The Thing, and it takes place in Antarctica.
Yeah.
And this alien thing, it's this life form that it touches it. If it were to split in two, those two parts would become something else. And like this, whatever. Everything that was part of this thing would split into another life form and would just wanted to live. And that's just allegorizing. But they put it in a horror format and allegorizing, like nature and cells and stuff. This is I know, so they just use themes to explain something else. Don't ever get like caught in the theme of a story like that movie, The Shining. People think it's like a horror story, but when you really look at and analyze that, it's actually telling you it's the story of Neanderthal and the priesthoods to now, all in the story of people in a hotel. It's But
with one of the key things to the system as well with anatomy is female breasts.
The communication.
The papacy and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, papal pope.
Yeah.
If anyone there is on a computer, get on Google Image and look up the Shrine of the Book in Israel.
Shrine of the, how do you spell it, man? Because I'm on a computer right now. I'm going to Google that.
SHRINE.
Yeah, hold on, I spell Shrine of the. Hold on, let me go ahead and get to the Google page.
Sorry, yeah.
Shrine of the what?
Book, B-O-O-K.
Shrine of the Book, okay.
Yeah. And that's where they keep the Dead Sea Scrolls in Israel.
Oh, it looks
look
like
at
a breast.
Okay, I see it. It looks like a tit. You got the nipple standing up.
Exactly, yeah. Think about all these other domed buildings they have that look like tits.
Yeah, that's interesting. You learn the temples, like when they were the priests, these, I guess the scientists, they're scientists. But I from my research, I learned like when they were first like researching, they would write all their findings and stuff on temple walls. Cause that's where they would do it all. Those are like the labs, I guess.
Here's a question, man. It gets my mind. I'm sorry, but I gotta ask this question. They say, according to, they say, who just hung up? Hello? Are y'all there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they say that according to what we've been hearing is that the breast is a symbol of feminine power and all this stuff, whatever.
It's a
right?
sign of nurturing.
Yeah, and I can understand that. And they in the patriarchal system, it's been turned into a sexual object to objectify women. But what if you look at that as empowering women as an attractive thing, though?
But what I mean, attractive changes over time. Like they always tell, like that, like today, supposedly attractive is looking like a toothpick.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you just want to
makeup.
So thank creation for making nice boobs. Say, hey, life is good.
There's another caller on the line. Q&A, I guess it's question and answer. Hello?
It's me.
Huh?
My phone dropped the call, so I had to call back.
Oh.
Okay. Hey, I'm here too, guys.
What's up, man?
I just jumped on my cell phone. I realized that I could use my cell phone, so I'm listening to y'all.
So if so you find boobs all over the place as a sign of the system, and from when you're born, that's programmed in you by life. Mm-hmm. That's what you look for, and it's what they look for. So the system uses it as a sign for what people look for. And as well, the idea of coprolite, the fossilized shit, basically, being another sign, the merge or whatever, another sign of the system. And think of that lake in Peru, the one that they bang on about a lot in New Age books and stuff. The one up in the mountains I'm talking about.
I don't know where they make the New Age books.
No, it's not where they make them. It's just one that they talk about often in like prehistories and stuff like that. But there's a lake. It's called Lake Titicaca.
Oh yeah.
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
They made a song about that too.
Yeah, Titi and Caca, and then you go.
Well, if you look at the compass is a breast.
So what were you saying, Tom?
I was just saying about Lake Titicaca being that's like one of your two symbols of the system, basically. And when you start getting engineered soccer players called Kaka and stuff like that, you don't have to think too long to wonder about how that
where they came from.
Yeah.
How he loves Jesus and Jesus the Repossessor in Brazil and shit.
I think it's interesting with all the breasts that they put everywhere. That's probably like a symbol too, because that the breasts were that original communications, and they're just basically redirecting the communications. They're saying.
Yeah.
They're perfecting it to the way they want it to be.
Yeah, and hiding it from people so that you can't. I think you kind of get an idea, or at least you probably would have in the past, about people from their breasts, and now they're kind of hidden, so you can't tell so much what a person's like or whatever.
Yeah.
It might sound a bit funny, but
yeah.
So yeah, what was I gonna say? So yeah, they do that with the breast, and they redirect all the they redirect it into the what's it called, the phone, the F1, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, that's interesting. F1, I didn't think about that.
it's all circumstantial evidence. Coprolite, copulation, professional copulation, the oldest, what do you call it, occupation, prostitution, professional copulation.
Well, yeah, that's something too that I was thinking about. I mean, like, don't get in my personal business when I talk about that. But I got thinking about that today, and like you think about, man, there's some sick shit going on in the sex industry, man. I mean, women are being sold.
Yeah, but you gotta think about these women, man. They're not women because the sex industry, they're running it. They're the ones who are directing it and own the sex industry. They don't fall for like, oh, they're the victims. Women are victims, in certain respects, but that sex industry is all run by we men.
Yeah, but we men aren't representative of original women.
Yeah,
you are basically original women and original peoples who are the victims.
Yeah.
In all this,
So like those we men, like I was just talking to a lady yesterday, like how she's like, yeah, I want to just become a cop and just catch pedophiles and stuff like that because. But in my mind, I was like, this lady just wants to exert power over people and over men and stuff and just control. That's like what a we man. Like I see that's like what they do. Like they're the ones who become police officers and
women. Just look at how many female prime ministers there are.
Yeah, man, like that type. Like.
Yeah, and check out how many of them have Hal or Hell or Che in their name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Che. It's all about the Che. Atomic, biological, chemical. Che mystery.
Che Guevara.
Yeah. Che Guevara, era of life from shit. Che, all about the Che.
Yeah. See, that's what like that world. Like, there's another world out there. Like, in our world, we think money is so important, and in their world, money is actually the lowest common denominator. That's not even worth anything. But in their world, shit has more importance.
Yeah.
It's really valuable.
Could I ask a question, please?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to interrupt that. Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I've been listening intently and with great interest to your discussions.
Uh-huh.
And I wonder if you could help me out by telling me, you're talking about they and them a lot, but you never define them, as if you all understand what you're talking about. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's a common understanding among you, but I wonder if for my sake you could let me know to whom you're referring when you say they.
Okay, on one level, I would say they being as in everything is theirs. And when you look at the word theirs, it says the IRS. The IRS is known in America as the Inland Revenue Service. In Britain, we have the same thing. I think that's what it's called in America, is it? You look at how many words have IRS in them, such as Christ, Krishna, to name some religious deities, and then how many places in the world that have IRS in it as well, like Paris. RIS basically is another way of saying communicating over the ruse. And if you think about the people with the IRS in their name are supposed holy men. Holy men has a completely different meaning to someone who understands that the power in the earth resides below ground and not on the surface. So you have people who live in holes, like your holy men who go and live in a cave and become hermits. And you look at the word cave, you have C, Ave, and Ave means the way. So it all seems to be pointing downwards, basically. And if anyone else wants to put in their opinion, I'll just take it that far.
Hang on. I asked you what was about they. You got from they. I don't see how that all comes from the word they. What's the connection with the word they or
they
them?
is the why.
Okay, them being right, basically what you have, the reason why history is a complete cover-up is because Neanderthaler didn't die out, as we are led to believe, if that answers your question.
No, I married one.
You already know.
Like it's they started with Neanderthals, which they gave power to a priesthood. And
right, so when you talk about them, you're talking about the subcurrent of Neanderthal genetics or something.
Them is it's the toll gate. It's the toll gators. It's anything that contributes to this toll gating system, and that's church, that's politics, that's media.
Oh, the power structure, whatever.
Yeah, and it all.
Okay, the hierarchical structure, yeah.
It goes up the pyramid, but it also goes below. The pyramid is mirrored, and it goes underground because that's
like roots.
Yeah, like the roots. Yeah, the root of it all. Yeah, exactly.
And that's the symbolic of the first pyramids they built, because the first pyramids they built were step pyramids, and all the step pyramids broke because they didn't have a foundation, and they started to mirror them. And then when you mirror what's above ground, below ground, you have a stronger foundation. So, and then that pyramid too, if you draw it like a triangle, and draw a triangle below it, it's a lozenge.
Yeah.
A lozenge is Los Angeles, where they create. They make it easier for you to swallow the reality.
Right. I just thought I've been listening very closely to you. I would guess that an implication of your philosophy or your way of looking at things is that the experience of materiality itself as an imprisoning force is probably merely a result of some sort of verbal hypnotism, and that if one can dehypnotize oneself, then one is no longer subject to the seemingly constraining influence of time and space.
No.
What do you think?
One is more aware of the fact of that you are designed to be a robot, and then you can have the choice to stop being a robot. Today we talk about all the structure that we live in called the system is an operation run from basically under the earth by Neanderthaler. Neanderthaler contained within it a group of idiot savant people their minds were genius in some respects, whereas they were quite stupid in other respects. They linked their minds together and created a chemical computer. The computer exists under their name HAL, which you recognize from A Space Odyssey and things like that.
Are you saying that these Neanderthals are physical beings?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whether they're still alive this very day is open to question. It's possible, but it's also possible that they don't exist anymore. But what does exist is the computers they made, and these are chemical computers that way beyond anything we're approaching nowadays, and they've been operational since at least the last ice age. The computers split into two parts, or were made in two parts, called Joachim and Boaz, also known as your two pillars in Freemasonry.
Right. And if you see them describe the temple and the architecture, this is all allegorical language. They say that the pillars are actually hollow and filled with archives, and that's this allegory of this computer has information from the very beginning, before the beginning of humanity, all archived in itself. And they describe, just read Masonic encyclopedias and Masonic literature, and when you read that, you have a familiarity with the language, and it becomes familiar to you. Know what they're talking about.
Interesting correlation.
Is there any proof of all this? I mean, I'm not debating with you guys or questioning you for a moment, but I just wonder, is there any objective proof that what you're saying is true?
So what you have is circumstantial evidence. I don't know of one piece of direct evidence, but I do know that all around you is circumstantial evidence that all points towards the same thing. Now, in a court of law, when there is a preponderance of circumstantial evidence, it is then taken as being direct evidence. What you're dealing with here is the basic hunch you probably have that there's something far wrong. Another basic hunch you might have that it can't just possibly be men in suits like Rockefellers and Rothschilds who are pulling the strings here. So you're left with options. Any person is who thinks about things in depth, that we were probably made either something to do with fallen angels or something to do with aliens, or maybe they are the same thing. Right. That's all part of a trick as well. If you think about the word extraterrestrials, most people come up with the idea that it's something from outer space, but when you really look at the words, you've got extra and terrestrial. So you've got an additional inhabitant of Earth, basically. And these people can then, if you have this kind of power, you can make anyone think whatever you want to be. And if you've got advanced technology, you can appear as an alien or something like that. So...
You know, they describe themselves when you read them. Like I've heard a lot of people say these are ascended spiritual beings. Or, I mean, when you look at the words like ascended, it just meant like they went in mountains and lived in mountains, and they
ascended is ascended.
Yes.
Would you say that? Would you say that human languages are really programs created to keep people in slavery?
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt.
To limit your means of communication, and also to direct your thoughts, and your thoughts being your will towards a hidden goal.
Yeah.
The whole world is following. If you look at most of the languages in the world, they're all made of the same characters,
phonetic
A's and
basis,
put together. But there's a hidden coding within that language, which basically is designed to will the will of Neanderthaler and the computers, which are basically in charge. The computers, being advanced chemical computers, they can work out perfect, what's just enough to keep a system working where people don't question it too much, or people don't revolt.
Yeah, and it's all, and this computer is linked to everybody. They show this in Star Trek and many movies how everything's linked to this hive.
Oh yeah, and Star Trek, you got that holodeck, which is a holographic room where you know they pretty much they you know, which is just like that new age stuff they're putting out there now, where it's like create your own reality. They walk into a room, and they say, "Well, gee, I want to be back in 17th century England," and all of a sudden the room turns into 17th century England. Yeah, and how the languages. Notice how they call it English the universal language, and universe is just saying one direction. They're all everybody. It's the language of business, the language of business and commerce, and everybody around the world. Not everybody, but in every country, English is spoken. So it's meaning.
It is really the language of the one world government, isn't it? Really,
yeah.
You know, the New World Order, if you like.
Yeah.
Because it includes all other languages in it. English has within it the Latin, the Germanic, and the Proto-European languages all mixed up in one. But we're speaking in it. We are actually talking in English, are we not?
Yeah.
And I believe that it is possible to use language to deconstruct the constraints of language and transcend it.
Well, I mean, create a new kind of language, or? I
mean, it's based off of what the original languages were, which is just what really sounds. You know, A, E, I, O, and U. Just
exactly, pure sound. So if one speaks slowly and with intention, one can reduce language down to a magic spell, if you like. And one spell can disempower another spell, if you know what I mean.
That's how we spell words. It's put them in a spell, you see.
Yeah.
And you get caught in the spelling, man.
Yeah.
So if you know language well, and if you speak it with intent, and use the sounds within the language, say English, with intent and imagination and will, then one can create a new reality.
But you're still, the thing is, you're still using
their language.
A tool
old ideas have been given to you
for a purpose which is completely opposite to what any kind of decent, caring life on the planet would want. So, originally communications, they wouldn't have needed words. You could use expression, gestures, and basic sounds to communicate anything you wanted to anyone, basically.
A lot of this information is already in our DNA. You think about why the religious orders talk about temples, right? Well, what is a temple on your body, on human anatomy? It's in your brain, right? It's your temple.
Yeah, what they did with that stuff, like how to use these things, like it's just things that they experienced in the past, and they use that, like they experience, like sheep herders. The reason why you always hear that term of sheep herders and all these things is because at one time, like a lot, the people who were in the system, the survivors, when they would have past floods, it was only sheep herders who lived in the mountains, and so they use that terminology to describe like a spiritual mountain and stuff like that, you know. And the whole thing with spirituality is another kind that they had. They just made up this world. That's why you have in Zoroastrianism, he talked about the 8 or 7 corporeal worlds. That was the 7 was based off because that's how many planets they thought there were at the time. But it also is these realities. They have the intellectual world, the spiritual world, the material world. You know.
Could I please ask what your take is on the modern phenomenon of Jewish control of the money system and thus of the political system and so on? What's your take on modern Judaism and Zionism and all that?
Well, Zionism is not I mean, on one level, people call it a place, but when you look at the word Zion, it's Z10N, and N is basically new, and 10 is the slave, the next mile, a hermaphrodite, and it's more of a destination that they want to bring humanity to when they say Zion. It's like the same thing as saying lion, man. It's 10.
And it's not something you can really blame the Jews on because the Jews
the Jewish people are they're just like used as cannon fodder for Judeans who pretend to be Jewish, and
the Ashkenazi.
Yeah, I've heard of
because they're not really Semitic or Jewish.
I mean, Semitic is 7 different families that all fight with each other. It's Babylonians, Carthaginians, Ethiopians, Hebrews, and they all run the media. That's why they call them Semites, because Semi is the word Medi. It's the middle, Medi, media, and that's all. You know, you can track that down to Persia. That was a country in Persia, Media. And the Medes and the Persians. Yeah, and these families, they all manage the affairs between the Caucasian and the Asian peoples on both sides of the world.
So when you say the Persian Empire is still existing, then part of that is the Jewish control of finance and the media, yes?
That's just part of a surface part of it all. They're set up to be blamed for much of what's going on when it's not to do with them. It's not. The Jewish is in the name. You wish, people who wish, whereas the Judeans are the deans of dollars, who exist under, like Jared was saying, all kinds of different names. So it's not a Jewish conspiracy to control the world or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a Jewish conspiracy or a Russian conspiracy or a Chinese conspiracy or a black conspiracy or a white conspiracy.
I mean, the nationalities, you could break them down. They made nationalities to throw you off. Because you can break down the nationalities to 5 different races who just intermingle with each other over time. And they just create these nationalities and countries. Just
different
to throw,
languages.
Yeah, different languages to throw everybody. And that's the allegory of the Tower of Babel, how people spoke all one language, they say, but then they made the 6,000 languages or 8,000 languages because God didn't like that. And it's interesting when you look at God and the devil, right? I just want to make this point. When you look at God and the devil, when you actually look at God actually has a worse track record than the devil, because he's the one that's killing off whole populations, and the devil's just supposedly just tempts people or whatever.
Well, exactly. I mean, if you look at the Yahweh or Jehovah, the God of the Old Testament, and thus of Christianity and also Islam, he's an evil monster. And it makes you think about the whole basis of civilization.
Yeah.
And the fact that people traditionally have accepted a God who is a psychopathic mass murderer.
God is a genetic engineer. To use the words to differentiate between the life, be it the life force or whatever you want to call it, whatever it is that makes everything, the universe and everything in it, is a process which can be given the name creation. Now, the Neanderthal or genetic engineers are hijackers of that process, and so that you can give them the name creator. They want credit for all that is in the world. That's why they have hymns and stuff in church. They say, "Oh, come let us adore him," and stuff like that. You have a person, a control freak, who wants to be adored.
And God, right, is when they talk about all the different gods in Islam, mythology, these are all the same people. They just give them different names. And that's another thing when he said when they basically linked all themselves to the computer. That's why they say that saying, "We are many, but we are one." That they're all one. They're all one. They're all one in the computer.
Can I make an observation real quick about God?
Yeah.
Okay. When you got the word God, you turn it backwards. You got dog, right? Going to what I said earlier about the dog priest. You know, the dogs are the intermediary between the shepherd and the sheep, right? The politicians and whatnot. Well, if God, if you turn it backwards, is dog, that means that even that creator or whatnot was just an intermediary, which means it goes higher than the genetic engineer who created people. So that genetic engineer in himself is just a puppet of something higher. So there's probably hierarchy even amongst the Neanderthals.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I just want to actually do you make videos on YouTube?
Who, me?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Music videos, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I just thought you were someone else on YouTube.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
If you like, I'll do it. I'll do it just for you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, help me out, guys. I'm really fascinated with all this, and this fits in a lot with my own investigations into linguistics and the deep meanings of words. For many years, I was a student of Kashmir Shaivism, which includes studying and experiencing through meditation and other things the matrika, that is the creation of apparent reality through streams of sounds and letters, which end up being language. So I understand how language creates reality. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I was wondering, you guys are obviously onto something here. Are you kind of like trying to get something done, or are you just like hanging out and having fun chatting?
No. We're trying to get something done.
What are you trying to get done?
That was the whole beginning of the show. It was,
we're trying to use. We've got this idea of you understand obviously the power of mind. Yep.
Yep.
And in nature, there's something called a critical mass, which is when parts join together.
Critical mass. That's my wife.
Yeah. Don't call your son Chris, eh?
Anyway, go on.
When the parts come together and create one whole, which is perfection, and that number would be 13. So if you've got 13 different minds that each contain a piece of the puzzle, and you get them together and come to get all on the same page, and then understand how our will is manipulated in as many ways as we can, and like you say, I wouldn't put any limit on how deep that actually goes, and begin to will our own will instead of the will of the computers, and start to counteract the critical mass that existed or still exists today as computers within the Neanderthal community, which vowed its revenge on basically original peoples.
Wow. So how many have you got so far? How are your numbers?
Don't know. The aim, I think, is to try and get about 30 people together and to hear the story as much as we know it firsthand, and then learn about the objective of critical mass. If we hope about 30 people, from that will come 13. And it's nobody's job here at all on this planet, I would say, to say who those 13 people will be. That'll be more up to creation. But the power of building this critical mass is critical, and as far as I can see, is the only solution out there at all.
So, according to that theory, if you're not one of those 13 people, and these 13 people are decided by creation, so it's pretty much saying if you're not one of these 13 people that creation decided, you're pretty much fucked, right?
You're pretty much what?
I'm just playing the devil's advocate here on this one, but I'm just saying.
You're pretty much what? You said you're pretty much something.
I'll answer your question now and say, I will try to my utmost. There's nothing I care more about at all than to try and do something about this. Mm. And if trying to will my own will is the best I can do, then I'm prepared to do it. And I would do it again and again and again, and I will keep doing it. Whether I will be a part of that or not is not something at all that concerns me. I'm just going to try my best. And I don't doubt there's people out there who could do any of this better than me, and come along.
To will your own will, in other words, to attain absolute independence of will and freedom and truth and bliss and all that, because all that is implied. You can only experience bliss when you have freedom from external stimulus.
Yeah. Well.
So surely, anyone can go as far as they like in this direction just through independent reflection.
Yeah.
And so, you could have any amount of
being connected with yourself
doing this. They wouldn't necessarily have to communicate physically or on the internet or something, maybe.
No, not at all. It'd be just a linking up, a common objective within minds which are capable of thought, which are capable of willing their own will, and not willing it through words, forgetting words and stuff, and willing it through images, which is your natural thought process. And then hopefully the power of that will be enough to unbalance the critical mess, basically. So it's a critical mass against a critical mess.
What is your attitude? My attitude is sort of like, if you look at the history of civilization, you go back to ancient Sumeria, about 6,000 years ago, as far as you can look in so-called history.
Yeah.
And it seems to me civilization as such has been the same from the beginning to right now, simply a system of hierarchical slavery.
Of course.
Yeah.
In which language is the control mechanism of the hierarchy, like the barking of a dog to control the sheep.
Organized language is one of the ways. There's other things in there too. It's not all language. I mean, language is one of the forms they use to enslave people. There's you've got organized religion. You've got politics, culture.
It all has the same objective of directing your will.
Exactly.
And language is, like the man saying, is pretty much the ultimate tool of it. It's what links it all to get her. If you see.
Yeah. Well, and then there's symbolism too. I mean, symbolism is another language in and of itself.
But language is symbolism. Symbolism is language. It's just different pictographs put together, constructed to make words and sentences. But like what you said, how you can speak or make a reality. That's the story that they're telling you in Genesis too. It's another allegory. Like when he said the beginning was the word. Well, actually it's the thought which forms the word, and then you form speech which forms the word, and you create a reality. So that's what he was saying in the Bible, that they were actually creating a reality.
I had a friend who used, or still uses as far as I do, I hope he's not using it quite so much, but he used DMT. And let me say that I don't encourage or advocate use of things like that. You know, everyone's entitled to their own opinion on those things. But he would talk about when he was on this DMT, whenever you talked or made a noise, a geometric shape would come out of his mouth. Depending on what different noises he'd make, different shapes would come out and stuff. So, I mean, again...
Have you guys heard of Terence McKenna?
Yeah, of course, yeah, psychonaut.
Because he a lot of his writings are about the DMT, people taking it, how they get into this level where they get out of the machine elves.
Yeah.
Which are primary creative conscious beings. And they basically deal with unendingly complex and playful geometric forms.
Yeah.
Which are a substratum of language.
Yeah. But I would also, I'm of the opinion that things you can do with drugs, if people understand drugs, what they say, oh, you're not taking something, you're activating something within you, then I would suggest that things people can do with drugs, I would suggest it's possible to do without drugs, and I find that more interesting.
I mean, that drugs, they found out it was used as a control mechanism, because they did that in India. That's how they used to control the people back then, and the reason why they called them high priests, because they were all high on drugs themselves. And that was what the system used to control them.
Yeah,
well, the whole basis of Vedic Hinduism is the use of soma, which is the psychedelic drug used many thousands of years ago.
Yep. It was that root that they used, and all it is just a study of nature. They see nature, and then and that's why, like, people who smoke like marijuana today, you can everybody will tell you that the marijuana in the 70s was a lot weaker. Because that tells me they were engineering. They engineer these type of things, like they make them stronger, make them weaker.
You've got to look at the way these things kind of come into culture as well. You know, like why you have hip hop and stuff like Cypress Hill, where they're just talking about getting high. You know that all this stuff comes from old people who live in the Basque country.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder why stuff like that is being promoted. And if you ask yourself, you know, when you smoke marijuana, you get stoned. There's links to Freemasonry.
Interesting to know you have IRS in Cypress Hill, Cyprus.
Yeah. And you have ESS, which is insider. Or you smoke, you could get caned, which is cane in the building.
If I could just make a point, whenever you look at even in the modern day, there's a lot of tribes left in the jungles, in the various rainforests, which are living the archaic pre-civilization life.
Yeah.
And pretty much all of them, once a week, they all get together and take extremely powerful psychoactive drugs and have a wonderful time.
The thing is,
and it seems quite natural for human beings in their truly natural state to get off on medicine vegetation.
But the thing is, there is only an outside chance that there exists somewhere in the Congo basin or somewhere some kind of people who haven't been affected by this genetic tinkering. That is, it's a real extreme outside possibility as far as I can see it.
I guess it would be pygmies.
Races of people they were genetically created by Neanderthal to carry out certain tasks. And once they'd created a race and then marooned them or dropped them off on a piece of land where they set them out to live, they would teach them things about soma. They would teach them which plants to turn into alcoholic beverages and which ones to use certain things for your mind. So you've got people who have a vast understanding of nature, how to use it for people and how to use it against people. So it becomes a funny area for me with the use of psychotropic plants and stuff, as to how much it's actually there to benefit people. And I would, again, it comes down to me understanding that drugs activate things within people. People should be in a state where they don't need to take things to activate all this stuff that's already in you. And there's a million barriers between you and ultimate reality. And so that's why I don't necessarily advocate taking of...
I think there's all the difference in the world between natural plants, like mushrooms and roots and herbs.
Oh, sure.
And between refined products. The difference between coca, which they chew in South America, which has a mild stimulant effect, and then refining it into cocaine, which has an incredibly powerful effect, but is also very destructive.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
So, for instance, opium is a natural... I wouldn't even call it a drug. I'd call it a natural medicine, a healing medicine. But if you refine it into heroin...
No. Can I just say that anything like that at all, alcohol, whatever, is fine. The danger comes with overuse and stuff, so they can understand how these things can be used against people. And using drugs and stuff is a fantastic way of controlling people.
Oh yeah, like there's a saying I was gonna say, like in Haiti they say everything is poison. Like you can drink water, it's good for you, but you can also drown in it and die.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
So what they do is that that's what nature is. Like with medicine, they probably did use these types of drugs for other purposes. For like say people take mushrooms to get high. They probably used 1% of that as something medicinal to operate for surgery on somebody or something, so they didn't feel it. But like, as far as getting like high, when people are high, they're just overdosing on the drug.
Yeah, it's all in moderation, and a lot of sicknesses that are out there today wouldn't exist if they hadn't been programmed into people's genetics.
Well, here's the thing. These plants in themselves aren't necessarily bad. It's how you use them. You could take the cocoa plant and you could make cocaine out of it, and it'd be a bad use. Or you could use it and synthesize something else out of it that could help somebody. So it's not the plants themselves that these things are come from. It's how they're used. All these plants are in the wild. You can use them in different ways.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I live where I live in England. There's psychedelic mushrooms grow naturally in the fields around where I live, just during the autumn. For about 2 weeks during the year. And I do what my ancestors would have done, which was just when they come up, I just sometimes chew a few of them and have a wonderful time. And it, if you follow the natural rhythms of nature like that, they come up when they want to be used, and when it's natural. So it seems to me that if you use natural herbs in their seasons and in their geographical locations where they occur naturally, then it can be a wonderful and beneficial addition to human life and consciousness, and that's my experience. And I might say that these locally occurring natural mushrooms have given me some fantastic experiences of deep reality way beyond what I could possibly achieve without them.
Well, that was stuff that was already inside you. You're using something external for something internal, when it's the other way around.
Well, there's no way I could have brought it into consciousness without the refreshing effect of these herbs.
Well, one way I found of bringing things that are internal is growing your hair long. Because hair is a sensor, and that whole idea of Buddha becoming enlightened on this tree is they're just telling you that it's the spine that he had access to. Because in the spine is gray matter. It's gray matter in your spine. It's gray matter in your brain. And that what's in the spine is all the experiences, trial and error from all the other past lives. And you can access that internally. I mean, original people could access it internally, but because of Creator, they genetically engineered people to not be able to access. They've actually engineered themselves within the neck of every human being, what they call the medulla.
And this is what they're talking
linked
about.
To all ego and all your emotions. It can manipulate all of that. It's like a horse. It's like a rider on a horse, and you're the horse, and it's pulling the reins on your emotions and all these things.
And that's what they're talking. Okay, you go ahead. I thought you were finished. My bad. You can go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I said that's what they're talking about when you really look through all the symbolism and stuff, through all the Masonic encyclopedias and stuff like that. You'll see a recurrent theme throughout all of them is about reincarnation or rebirth. And you can look into any religion on the face of the earth today. They either have previously believed or some of them still do believe in the concept of reincarnation. It's universal.
Yeah, but reincarnation, when you look at that word, it's reincarnation, like.
Right.
But and the whole rebirth thing, they take nature, they take a reality, and they warp it and they use it to control you. I mean, yeah, there's a reality.
Are you saying reincarnation isn't a reality?
I'm saying that word, the word reincarnation.
See, a car is a vehicle.
It's you. That's why when you die, you're just a car case. You're just you're a vehicle that they just ride on.
Yeah. So what we call reincarnation is something that absolutely exists, and it's part of every single person's birthright to understand that that's a natural process of life. Is that
you're reborn through your DNA.
Back. From when life began with evolution and became a snake, that snake basically is what makes your spine. That's you back when you were the most basic creature, like a flatworm or something like that. So in your spine is made of DNA. In that DNA is the genetic knowledge of everything that's been done by life on this planet, and that's what's been cut off to people. That's called your intuition. It's your tuition which is already in you.
Yeah, because they call it intuition because you paid for it in the past.
Yeah.
Now it's yours. And Sigmund Freud called it the id, your ID.
Yeah.
And I actually put a video on that. It's called ID. It's an allegory. Actually, over there in the UK, there's they have a lot of science fiction audio they put on the radio. I couldn't believe the stuff that they admit on the radio, but they do it all in allegory. So I guess, and not most people can't see the big picture. So I guess most people take it all literally. But they have a story where a guy who loses his ID, he can't find his ID card. And he's like, he doesn't know who he is, and he's like, I don't know, and then he can't get on the train and get home, so he has to walk all this whole journey to get home, to find where he has to go, and that's all just the story of the life journey of finding who you are, what your ID is, who you really are, or what that's what it's all about, that journey I was saying earlier.
Listen, fellas, it's 4:30 in the morning here. I've got to hang up anyway. But listen, thank you very, very much for sharing these ideas, and I appreciate that so much.
You're welcome,
thanks for talking, man. It's good.
Yeah,
appreciate it so much. Good night, my dear friends.
Okay, good night.
Okay, take care.
Take care.
Who's on the talk? Is Hello?
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 What the fuck was
Hello?
that?
Hello?
Hello?
Said my name and then it went fuzzy.
Who's that?
I'm here.
Whoa.
I think it's my phone.
Your phone's farting.
Well, I kept getting booted off the internet when I was trying to listen, and then so I called in, and then my phone dropped the call. And
I'm convinced that there's an hierarchy amongst the Neanderthals. Like I said, because going back to what I said earlier, if you take the word God, you convert it backwards, it's dog. The dog is an intermediary. So if the creator is an intermediary, there's something higher than that creator. So there must be a hierarchy amongst the Neanderthals.
And there's a guy right here called Master Debater. He's I guess he's like saying he doesn't understand what I'm saying. Says I make no sense. I mean, you could call in, and I can talk to you, and maybe it'll make more sense if you come and talk and call in.
Because I mean, what we're kind of talking about here isn't really at the beginnings of a journey of wondering what the hell's going on in the world. Mm-hmm. I suppose, and what we're talking about is, I suppose each of us is pretty far on in our search.
Well, his screen name is a loaded word, mass debater. I mean, you think about masturbator, mass debater. It don't matter if you win a debate or not. I mean, you could still be wrong.
Right.
Well, that's what I see on like
masturbation of the ego
on the internet. It's just like I see like people like I used to talk to all the time, like a guy named Prentice. Like you go and see what they're talking about. It's like what Nodo said. It's like you just press pause when you last talk to them, and you come back, and they're talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
They're just running around in circles, like in a mental maze.
Yeah.
They never progress. Like he made a video about calling Alan Watts show, and he still calls into that show, talking about the Huxleys and stuff. That's all Alan Watt reality.
It's well beyond, like, when you talk about that, he talks about a brave new world coming into view and stuff. You forget it's already happened thousands of years ago. It's not coming. It's happened.
Yeah, that's what they always do. They always have to keep you anticipating something gonna come, but but that's just how they fool you. It already happened.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All diversions and symptoms.
Yeah.
Symptoms of the cancer.
Yeah. It's nobody. It's like Henry Moreau. He said 1,000 people hacking at the branches of evil to one that's striking at the root.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I'm sick of the branches. I'm fed up with them.
They're just gonna keep growing, man.
People just talk about chemtrails and crap like that. People were talking about chemtrails 8,000 years ago from airships.
Yeah, man.
So it's nothing new. It's all designed to make you scared of going outside and keep you away from nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I was outside today. I was just looking at the sky, and like I see planes or whatever in the sky. Like there's nothing you can do about people spraying the sky.
Right.
There's nothing you can do about that.
And if you look at them, it's got the IRS in it as well. If you go chemtrails, swap the L for the R, the left and right, dialectic or whatever.
Well, even the word for nature, man. I mean, NAT, Nate, which is tan. Tan, you're tan. You're a tan slave.
Culture.
It's all how you will there was. That's all this evidence of everything that you think you're saying is it's all going to somebody else's will. It's all somebody else's.
Yeah. So to break free of the language, and if you basically break it down to the core ruse talk, basically, of it all, which is, as far as I see, about the highest or lowest kind of the root of the whole thing. And to get, I said this before, but it will take a few hundred years before we can eradicate these languages, and that's what they need to be. They need to be eradicated.
Yeah.
But it's a long term.
Of course, right now they're trying to eradicate history too, and I think that's why there's so much genocide and all over.
I mean, but what history as we know it, it's all lies itself. It's all like.
Right.
Well, there's bits of truth in it. I mean, if you dig it out, but I mean, there are still peoples out there today throughout parts of Africa and the Middle East that still have retained some level of this information. I think that's what they're trying to obliterate.
And that's another control mechanism that they use. This is what one of the first things I realized, that before there was patriarchal society, it was the matriarch. But they never wrote anything down, like, and remnants of that you'll see is like Native American communities where they actually, or Indian, they actually have like their history or whatever you want to call it. It's actually all hymns and songs.
Yeah.
And so nothing was written down, so you're using another part of your brain. It's actually more right-brained. And as soon as they started writing things down, it became more left-brain, logical creatures.
And that was done before the settlers stepped on, because even amongst the Native Americans, they had their secret societies, like the Aztecs. If you look back at the Aztecs, they worshiped the sun god, which came out of Egypt, actually.
Well, I don't know if it came out of Egypt, but
it's basically your first Freemasonry. When they freed the slaves from underground, from building structures underground to coming up ground and building society. Civilization, and Freemasonry existed as fire and sun worship.
Yeah.
Now, 60.
Now, here's a theory.
Yeah, they call them Sabians, who were the sun worshippers, and the fire worshippers were the Magians. Persians.
Here's a theory. Was it possible that the Vikings took the mysteries to the natives? Because the Vikings had went to
the natives had it already. They were dropped off. They were trained in that thing and dropped off. In what you call America. So
the Vikings as well, they have the V in it. The kings of the V. V is 6, which is like God, and V is also life, French for life.
Oh yeah, V.
So you have the V Empire.
And it's interesting when you look at their mythologies. Like you look at all the mythologies down the line, all the allegories. You see that they actually update it and the end times they all talk about like the end times, but in Scandinavian they talk about like, because all of them is like a death and a rebirth, but what makes Scandinavian mythology significant is that there is no rebirth. It's a death, but this character Balder, he just dies and doesn't come back. And Balder is bald American eagle. Bald, it's America. There's no coming back to America.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, and then they all got different terms for whatever these end times are. You listen to 1,000 different mythologies from across the world at different points in time.
But they all point
about
to the same direction.
Yeah.
And the end times is really interesting because when you look at Christianity, you understand like what they're doing, and look at Christianity. Christianity was designed specifically for this, what's going on right now.
Yeah.
It's the end times religion.
It also is the vehicle for them to allow artificial insemination of women.
Yeah.
That's why is it 26 religions in the world that involve virgin birth?
Yeah.
That's why they have it, so they can give a religious reason and a monetary reason for wives of 40-degree Masons or whatever to undergo artificial insemination.
And you pointed out something to me too that was really interesting. I think it was you or Nodos. You said that it dawned on you. It dawned on you that that it actually wasn't that the male Masons weren't as important. It was actually the female Masons who were actually more important than anything.
Which is what you wouldn't think.
Yeah, exactly. Number 2 is number 1.
But it's the same with the Vatican, where they have P1 for the monks or the men, and they have P2 for the women, and number 2 is number 1.
Yeah. You know what's interesting? Is they hate women so much, and I know that women here aren't natural women. I understand that, but they hate women so much. But yet they all answer to even if it's an artificial woman, they all answer to a woman. It's a queen.
No. They hated real women. The women around today is we men. Like they love these women. Like that's the ones who have the real power. Like if you look at like Prince Charles and these type of characters, it's the women running because they're the ones who are giving them head and telling them they love them, controlling them.
Yeah.
I remember Glenn saying to Camilla, with Prince Charles saying that he wanted Camilla to make his face Tampax or something like that.
Yeah, he wanted to be her Tampax.
Yeah.
But Charles had to go and see some Grand Ayatollah in Persia to ask permission to marry Camilla before he could do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And that's interesting with those, like when you look at Indian caste structure, they have a class of people who regulate who marries who, and all this like that's really interesting how you can have a class who regulates like the genetic structure of the society, I guess.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
And of course, back in them times, people didn't know as much about DNA and stuff like that. People were a lot more in the dark about stuff like that.
People always knew about DNA. It's just the people are always ignorant on some level. Now we're more. It's supposedly, I guess, the age of reason, whatever. But
yeah. Well, it was all found out. It comes down to they did the search. Now we do the research.
Yeah.
Just do it. We go again, and re-go.
And they love that. That's like a big thing, the re-go, man.
Definitely.
It's always a bringing back. And that's a concept in nature. Like, you can see that with drugs, like cocaine. When they cook it up and it comes back, it's tougher and harder and stronger, and they call it crack, or whatever. And when rain goes up and it comes back down, it comes back as snow, and stainless or steel gets metal or iron gets cooked, and it comes back.
What they do, they do that. They melt down metal in the bellows, which of course is below.
Mm-hmm.
Cocaine is two-ball cane. You think about co is two, and then Cain from Cain and Abel.
Yeah, two-ball.
Made in a lab. Two-ball cane, yeah.
Well, so yeah, man, it's I guess this is a linguistic game that people gotta realize.
The story of what they're doing to women and to people, in fact, is also in that song by Moby, Porcelain.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that the women, I know you guys know this, but I'll just say it, they've got a female outer, which is like a porcelain, a coating that makes it attractive on the outside with the male inside and stuff. But it's in that song where the voice in the background keeps saying, woman, you know that bit? And there's another, the voice says something else in that song, and if you listen to it really carefully, you'll figure out what he's saying is sister of God. And when you know the premise of the story, you know who calls himself God is the Neanderthaler, and the clan mother would have been his sister, basically.
Mm.
So that's what they're talking about in that song.
Mm. Yeah.
And you find this stuff all as you research,
It's in everything.
Yeah. And all points and all these things, like when you look at all this, everything, listen to science fiction stories, read dictionary, it's just all details to this big story, this unfinished symphony. I find that, I always find a little detail that will add to this story of Neanderthal, and how they came to power and stuff.
Yeah.
But I look at Neanderthal like it's sad, because they were so, intelligent, geniuses or whatever, smart, but that's what destroyed them. Arrogance and stuff.
No, it is sad. It's like Glenn talked about in some of the talks with you guys.
Timing,
why a control freak is a control freak,
because
they don't like themselves. They got, they consider themselves, the ugly things or whatever, that hide themselves away in the darkest depths where people can't see them. But it's not a war. It's not to eradicate Neanderthal or whatever. It's about a common objective. It's not about what's best for one person in a group to further the group. It's about what's best for the group as a whole.
Well, when you look at these elites, really, in a way, they're more enslaved than we are, because in order to control 1,000 people, they need to control one person. That one person's paraded around the spotlight is used as a guidepost for everybody else. So, they got to be all that more strict on that one person. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in a way, they're more enslaved than all these celebrities and all that stuff. They're more enslaved than we are in a way.
Who's more enslaved?
The celebrities and the politicians. All
the people's perception of how the system works, they think that people on top are actually like more free, when really they're just as enslaved, probably worse than anybody else, because they're like elite families and stuff, like they're expected to do things. They're expected to marry this person, expected to spend this money and donate it to this. Or they're killed if they don't follow their orders.
Well, the money they get, it's not theirs.
Yeah, it's not. That's what people don't realize, that these are just hired slaves.
Yeah.
They're just like, Brave New World kind of shows that, like this caste system.
Yeah.
These are just hired slaves who who have a little bit more luxury. That's really it.
Same as
they're like the prison trustees.
Yeah, Rockefellers, all those people, like they're all.
It's not their money.
You can see they have their control through religion too. Like a lot of them believe in like astrology, and they put all the power into the priesthood, and to tell them what they should do with their, lives.
Everyone following instructions.
Exactly.
What it all comes down to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So what we can do is just to stop doing that, stop trying to squeeze yourself into a system which you never really believed in the first place.
Here's a question here. Do you think that maybe the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and all these people, these top level slaves, do you think that they may potentially have open contact with the Neanderthals?
No, I don't think Neanderthal deals with surface people like that. I would suggest that a creature they use for communications between up here and down there would be things that people call Sasquatches and Bigfoots and stuff like that.
But do you think they have open communication with these Sasquatches or these Bigfeet?
Well, I think that's possible that they use things like that to go up and down between the surface and underground. I don't think they have direct...
There was a guy, you can look at this up, his name is Lloyd Pye, and Governor turned me on to looking into this guy's information. He talks about a lot of this stuff. His theory is that these creatures are really made for this terrain, that they're really strong and big and powerful, Well,
that's what they describe, that's how they try to describe themselves, like with David and Goliath. Like that whole story of how David has to fight this big giant. I don't know, I was reading a post Glenn was saying. He was like alluding to like something about like it had to do with Neanderthal, but I don't think they actually meant that they're actually giants, like physically. I think
when I go back into my genetic memory, man, or what I remember seeing something that lived underground that was very, very big and powerful and very intelligent, very cruel, and very hairy. I don't know what it was, but I was thinking.
Oh yeah, we got a call, a master debater. Called in.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm just listening.
Mhm.
Yeah. I have plenty to say, but this is not my show.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions? Or?
Yeah. Is this a Masonic room?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
we were discussing the, I guess you could say, how did you say that?
We're discussing like reality in the world and the system and solutions, things like that.
One of the gentlemen that has a very southern accent, I remember hearing him or talking to him before. I don't think it was a pleasant experience, but this is. I'm going to be very brief. I'm not a long-winded Methodist preacher or nothing like that, but this is my take on what people think to be true.
Mm-hmm.
If the truth was so easy to be understood, and that we can all so easily arrive at logical conclusions about what is, what isn't, reality, fantasy. If those things were so easy to be understood like we purport on the show, then the world wouldn't be in the position that it's in now. If truth was so easy to be understood, there would be more righteous people in the world. And I say that to say this. I don't know you guys. I'm not being personal with any of you, but especially here on Talk Show, we like to come on and step on a platform and tell everybody what we think, and we push it very vehemently about what we believe, but it's not. The truth is really not that easy to be understood, because if it was, everybody would know the truth, and there would be more righteousness in the world. And I've listened to a lot of things you guys were saying, and it's so off base. It's so not founded on mathematics, science, logic, and but what we think in our minds, we really believe is true, even though we might not necessarily go through the scientific methods of analyzing, testing, retesting, proving what we're saying. We just purport it, and and that's it. And it's sad, really.
But that goes back to the question of the show, like, what is truth? What do you believe to be true?
Truth is very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Truth is, and I'm asked this question all the time. I think it's the one question of humanity besides who is God. But truth is whatever has existed, does exist, or will exist in the future. Simply. That's the most comprehensive definition of truth that anyone can have, whereby you understand exactly what truth is. Truth is whatever has existed, is existing, or will exist in the future. That within itself.
That's what we've been saying the whole show. It's eternal. It's
That's what somebody said. Exactly what I said.
We've been saying that's what DNA is. That's what they call the soul. It's it has existed, it will exist, and it will continue to exist, learning from itself, ever evolving, ever changing, just as the universe did.
What? Okay.
Oh, it still does.
See, as you're going through this world, man, as you're passing through this world, everything that's going on in this world, see, as you're passing through this world is passing through you. I mean, so everything you see going on out there is going on inside you, man. It's going on in your thoughts and your vision, your experiences. You see what I'm saying? And it's in your DNA.
I mean, it's you to just like jump into like you just start listening to the show for a while. And you can't just understand the stuff, 60,000 years of history, in a show. It's a process. And that's the problem with Western thinking. People want it right away. They want instant gratification, and that's not how it works. You have to go to a process.
Yeah, I've been at this for 15 years, man. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people will come in, they want instant gratification. They want answers right away. They want me to tell them everything in a sentence or in a day. It's like, I can't do that, man. I mean, that's an unfair request of me, because I spent half my life searching for this, man. How can I explain something that I've spent half my life searching for within a few sentences, within a day? I can't.
Yeah, and the truth is, it's relative. It's inside everybody. It's just how everybody interprets it differently. To their book of life.
The gentleman speaking, is this your room? Are you the host?
Yeah.
So every time someone asks you what is the truth, you verbatimly say all that has existed, will exist, or is existing now. Is that your exact definition?
I say it's in your spine. That's the truth. But a lot of people can't understand it because their programming, it's not in their programming, how they've been programmed by the system, so they can't understand it. And you can't tell that to everybody, because you can't give the same pat answers to everybody.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said. That you tell people what the truth is again.
I mean, you can't tell when people ask for the truth. You can't give them all the same answer because everybody's different.
What is the answer that you're giving specifically? That's what I'm asking.
You said, right? You know, everybody gives. Like I said, I give what's it called? I give the truth. I give people answers. You know, how everybody. The truth is different. It's relative, so it's interpreted differently by everybody.
See, that's logically wrong.
But you can't just use logic with this thing. You can't.
Let me explain something here, real quick. Is they gave us what we call logic today. They gave us all our academia and stuff like this, and all this stuff is of course being used to lead people into a certain direction. You know, even with science comes out here and says, "Oh, this or that is proven," but you got to be able to question the evidence too. No, we're not in a position to be able to test a lot of their conclusions because we don't have DNA labs or whatever at our house. You know,
Sir, the gentleman speaking now. Have you ever seen me before, Master Debater?
Not that I know of.
I just recognize you. Okay, but see, you can't have variables in understanding things that are universal. What I'm saying by that is this: when someone asks you what the truth is, you can't have 100,000 different answers because the truth is concrete. Truth is part of a mathematical equation.
So you're saying
you can't have variable. You can't have when someone asks your name of this room is what is true. When someone asks you what the truth is, you can't have a variable answer. You know what I mean?
You're saying one answer, one word or something is absolute, and everybody should just recognize that.
Exactly.
Well, that's not because truth. It goes down to like knowledge. Knowledge is not absolute, man.
So give me another definition that you would give to explain what truth is, and I'll disprove that answer is comprehensively incorrect.
No, because I have to say I can't give you the answer. You have to find the answer because it would be more valuable if you find it yourself, not expecting somebody else to give it to you. And that's
so you don't know what the truth is?
No, I know what the truth is. I know what the truth is.
So speak plainly.
You know,
speak plainly.
And I've been saying it for the past 3-4 hours now.
Yeah, but I'm not. You know, I wasn't there for the last 3 or 4 hours. I'm only dealing with what I hear you saying now.
Look, man, I mean, you know, and I don't necessarily agree with them on every little thing, but as I'm saying, you can't expect us to be able to put forth everything that we've been studying over years and years within what, a few minutes. I mean, you got to make that journey for yourself, man. I mean, you know, here's when they give you all these academia and all these science and stuff like that. What they're doing is they're creating another religion. And even science or math, it's another religion, man. I mean
math. You talk about it's a mathematical equation or something. That's all linked to like Pythagoras, and his trick was to reduce all thought down to a mathematical formula. So they're giving you a logic, right? So they know what the conclusion is going to be. So you're expecting something to fit to a logic that you think is yours when it's really given to you by the system.
Whether it was giving, the origin of my logic is not important. It's whether it's based on that. You can't throw out mathematics, period. End of to understand anything.
I mean, so you're already coming there with a dogmatic view right there. You already have a
don't start off characterizing me. That's not fair. That lets me know that you're getting into a type of thing where you want to, let's don't characterize me. Let's talk about the merits of what I'm saying. You cannot disregard mathematics and science in anything that you want to understand. And when you say mathematics is a religion, that's a characterization of mathematics. But mathematics and science, you cannot, in the search for truth, you cannot disregard those types of sciences at all. You cannot. It's impossible. It's impossible. And I don't.
As far as science, man, I'm not saying that all science not all science is false. I'm not saying that. I mean, but the establishment of science. Science in itself is all right, but the establishment of science. Okay, we're talking about the establishment of science.
I mean,
well,
if you're using science, you're
going
off of.
Guys,
hello.
Excuse me. This is. I'm back again. Sorry about that. Nobody's characterizing anybody. He's characterizing maybe the ideal that you brought in here, but he's not personally characterizing you. I think that's your reception of it.
Okay. I'm not calling here. My name is Master Debater. All I like to do is debate.
We're not trying to debate, man. We're not looking for a debate.
Hold on. I don't want to be attacked. I'm not here to throw
We're
insults.
not attacking you.
No, nice to meet you, sir.
But y'all talking about characterizations. The gentleman said I came in here with a dogmatic attitude. I'm not here to be characterized.
Even so,
I'm just here.
Right, but
wait
even
a
if
what you
wait
said
a minute.
was dogmatic.
Even if your attitude is dogmatic, that's not calling you dogmatic.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Yes,
wait a
sir,
minute.
Go ahead. Come on.
Well,
Let him go ahead and say what you got to say.
I don't come in here to characterize anyone or say that you present this type of disposition. I'm not here for that.
Aren't you questioning what he calls truth?
That's a debate, sir. But when you get into characterizations like you're doing and the other gentleman's doing, I'm not into that. I'm not here to defend my personality. My personality don't mean shit. I'm here to talk about science and mathematics and what truth is.
And we welcome that. We do. We welcome that. So if you feel that we're jumping on you, then I'm sure I could apologize forever, but that is not our intent.
What do you mean by science? Like, what's your conception of what science is?
Science is the study of anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go with that. I know what you mean by that.
I hope you're not going by what's been established as science by all the scientific community.
No.
Listen, I know what you mean by that.
See, when you talk about Pythagoras and fraud and and you got to understand that there's a truth that's universal that existed way before those people ever breathed the breath of life.
Exactly.
Right.
And it's those concepts and principles and universal laws that were in existence that govern everything around us. And it's when you go back to those basic principles of what Dante called the first principles, then you understand everything else. I'm not talking about what someone else wrote in a book or what some politician taught or whatever wrote. I'm talking about the universal truth, that which was true in the beginning, that which is true now, and that which will be true in the future. So that's what I'm talking about.
And that which was true, in the beginning, like, you can't even put it into words, because as soon as you try to explain it into words, you're already cutting yourself off, because the words were created to control thought. The word English language is just the control mechanism. This universal truth is it's beyond words.
It's beyond words, but it's also in words. if I can make that analogy. See, when you talk about truth, you got to understand that the laws that govern the orbits of the planets, the gravitational pull of the planets and the sun, all of these things are beyond what we call this bastard language that we call English.
Creation.
English is just it's basically magic. But English is just words that resemble concepts and ideas. So let's not get pegged down into talking about this bastard language that we call English.
Excuse me,
there's nothing in it.
Did anybody hang? I think a lot of people hung up. Who's still there?
I'm still here. Chad 68 still here.
So it's just Chaz and...
I'm sorry, I'll be quiet. I didn't mean, I don't come.
It's just Chaz and...
It's okay, man. Hey, it's fun to ask questions, man.
Yeah, it's cool.
And Beaky, you still there?
Yep.
And Tom, you still there? Yeah.
It's fun to ask questions, man. I mean, nobody's coming down on you, man. I mean, that's how you learn, by asking questions,
right,
man.
That's right.
But, I think maybe the tone you're coming off with
Well, that's again,
No, but you told everybody who you was.
Let me explain something. I don't hate white people, but let me explain the truth of white people. I've never met a white man that can tell me anything concerning God, the universe, and myself, because the nature of the white man is not conducive to the truth. So I understand your normal reaction is to characterize me, start attacking.
Well, that's a racist statement in and of itself, man. I don't believe in race.
Racism is a word is used to characterize. I mean, racism could be good or bad.
Okay, but
it's characterization.
Go ahead back further where you was explaining about the white guy. I mean, I'm catching on to you. I'm following you on that.
Well, I'm
good.
just saying,
I mean, keep going further. It's not racism. Just go ahead, man.
I call myself master debater, and I don't mean to be. It wasn't a sexual.
I mean, master debater. When I read that, I automatically think, okay, that's your agenda from the get-go to debate.
And I think it's a noble agenda. I think everything should be debated.
I disagree. Because you can win a debate and still be wrong. That's how the media has trained people to think.
You can't win a debate and be wrong.
Yes, you can.
You can.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can learn this.
Win a debate in and about trying to get to the truth. It's about
rhetoric.
It's about
learning the dialect. That's a science in itself. That's the science.
Through rhetoric, you could say purple giant monkey zebras control the earth, and if you're good enough with rhetoric, you can make a viable argument for it to win a debate.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you can learn the Greek philosophers. This is a science, debating. They call it a dialect.
Right.
It's
of course it is.
But you lead people through this debate through a conclusion. That's already that you want them to go to, and you're not going to get to any ultimate reality through that.
You see, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, brother. I'm not long-winded. I don't mean to keep talking, but see, we're talking in terms of this bastard language that we call English. English has a bad connotation when it comes to certain words. When we hear debate, we automatically become defensive because we feel like we're being attacked. Debate is an art form. It's an art form whereby you're able to verify the weight or the validity of a statement, and to me, that's divine.
Is that something? Are you saying something like back in the old days, the philosophers used to do? They'd look at a cloud, and one would give his perception, the other one give, and they'd never argue or really come to a conclusion, but they would give each other's perception of what they see.
Sometimes they come to conclusions, sometimes they wouldn't.
Right, I got you. I follow you. I see where you're coming from in your term, your definition of debate.
Right. So my tone, I'm not being.
You're correct about that, man. A lot of people do. They hear that word debate and they automatically think argue. Right?
Yeah, but you mentioned my tone, but and I think that's more of a Eurocentric point of view of a black man giving his opinion that he's loud, he's boisterous, and that's not really getting to the point of just trying to find the truth of what truth is.
Yeah,
it's just a digression.
I mean, when you say that Eurocentric, I spoke to many people, man. Like that type of thinking of just thinking, okay, if a black man is speaking loud, he's automatically his tone or whatever. It means you're just an extroverted person. This type of thinking is like
it could mean a lot.
I mean, this type of thinking what you're saying right now is I spoke to many 5%ers who talk like that, and say, oh, I can't speak to a white man who can tell me about the universe or reality. This is because they're a devil, and that's not their fault. They're just devil. They were made to be like that. I've heard this all before.
I'm not a 5%er. I've never studied or been in the nation, but there is some truth in teaching. Yeah,
there's truth in all of these things, but it's all control mechanisms at the end of the day.
No, sir.
At the end of the day, man, there is no black or white. We're human, man. We're human, whether you're black, white, brown, red, yellow. It don't matter. Race is an illusion to keep us divided,
That's
bro.
right.
That's all it is.
That's right.
No, sir. Yeah. That's not the reality of where we live today.
Okay.
Well, they created that reality, man. They gave us that dialect. They taught us to see in black and white. Biologically, we're the same animal.
Yeah, I've been talking on the phone for hours, man. And I'm kind of hungry right now, and I kind of want to wrap this up. If you want to call in next week,
sure,
same time, you can call in, whatever. But I'm kind of hungry, man. I can't do this.
Yeah, I understand. Sure,
Yeah.
Sure. I hope that next time you'll be a little lengthy in discussing things with me.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can listen to the card is recorded, so you can listen to it from the beginning.
Okay, I may do that. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
All right, man.
Goodbye.
All right, bye.
All right, bye, guys.
Later, dude.
All right, bye.
Later.
All right, later, man.
All right.